Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the final round of County Championship Cricket in 2025 here at the County Ground in Northampton. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We've got Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire. 2 not-out batters. Logan Van Beek, he's on strike. George Scrimshaw opening the bowling from the David Capel end and is welcomed. First ball of the day, punched and crunched off the back foot through the covers for 4. By Van Beek. Leicestershire overnight to 392 for 7. We had 99 overs of cricket yesterday. And Eskenazi, the standout, 150 not out for the man on loan from Middlesex, joining Leicestershire permanently for the 2026 season in Division 1. And, well, Leicestershire started as they left off yesterday with that shot.
Yeah, they certainly have. Great start, isn't it, from Logan Van Beek? Let's see how George Scrimshaw can respond after that one.
Attempted Yorker down the leg side. An inquiry of how was that, but sun is out. Glorious day ahead of us here at Wantage Road. A few supporters in the ground as well this morning. Question is, I suppose, other than the fact that this first hour will be crucial, is how many do Leicestershire get? Obviously, the answer will be as many as they possibly can, but what is the reality of that? Do you think they get bowled out here, Aaron, or do you think we've got a declaration at some point coming up?
I think they'll just get bowled out, to be honest. I don't think there's any real need to declare at this stage. Only in the early stages of day 2. Eskenazi, well, he looked $1 million yesterday, so he may as well cash in. As for Van Beek as well, he can bat. Chris Wright in his final appearance as a professional cricketer. Imagine he'll want to have at least one final chance to get some more runs to add to the tally. So yeah, I think they'll just bat until they are all out.
Short ball, cut away, flies over the offside. And with one bounce, crashes into the boundary boards off the bat of Logan Van Beek. Picks up his second boundary of the morning. Second boundary off George Scrimshaw's opening over. And brings up the 400 for Leicestershire as well. 400 for 7 of 99.4 overs. Looks like Justin Broad is getting loose there at first slip, so likely to take the second over of the day from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That one fuller, 2 straight, and worked nicely into the leg side for a single. How good was this man yesterday, Aaron? Stevie Eskenazi, 150 not out off 231 balls, 18 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, he was magnificent, wasn't he? Had a little bit of a second life. Funnily enough, courtesy of the bowling of this man, George Scrimshaw. Bowled him off a no ball with Eskenazi on 143, but aside from that, really has been faultless. Displayed so much control and almost disdain with his shots. And we spoke about it at length yesterday when talking about that control. It was all off the basis, the cornerstone of a solid and reliable defence. So you look there, for example, he's in complete and full control of that latest shot. And from there, well, he's just expanded on the lesser delivery, shall we say. So, yeah, it was an absolute delight to watch. Great way for him to announce himself to his new county. And let's face it as well, it wasn't just Eskenazi. Eskenazi has been the main man. He's been the glue guy who's held the overall innings together, but contributions from the likes of Ben Cox and Johnny Tattersall, Liam Travaskis, we're seeing here from Logan Van Beek. It's been a real team effort so far in this first at bat for the Foxes. So work to be done, I think it's safe to say, for the Northamptonshire bowlers. And as you called it, Dan, it will be Justin Broad to bowl the first over of the day from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, and Justin Broad yesterday morning with that new ball was brilliant, wasn't he? He was just ticking along at 2 and over. Created that brilliant chance off the first ball of the day when Rishi Patel got dropped on 0 by safe save at first slip. But in comparison to his seam bowling counterparts, who were both going at over 7 and over in that morning session, Justin Broad really stood out as a shining light for Northamptonshire. I think it'd be fair to say that they didn't bowl as well or field as well as what they would like to or possibly could. Yes, they're missing a few key players. Luke Proctor, Ben Sanderson, both missing with injury. Liam Guthrie unavailable this week as well. And with the batting department, Ricardo Vasconcelos misses out due to a concussion. So not at full strength, but still to concede the best part of 400 runs in a day. 3 drop catches, 1 wicket picked up off a no ball from Scrimshaw, as you mentioned earlier today when speaking about Stephen Eskenazi. Yes. Beautifully bowled. Outside edge, a tickle through to the captain, Lewis McManus, and Broad gets rewards. Picks up Van Beek, second over of the morning. And having just brought up the 400 for Leicestershire, they lose their first wicket and they're 401 for 8.
Yeah, lovely bowling that from Justin Broad, and it's something we didn't see enough of from Northamptonshire with the first new ball yesterday, and it's just corridor bowling. That's all that is. It's just a case of popping it in that corridor of uncertainty, and I think we're just about to see a really nice moment here from the Northants boys, because Chris Wright is carded in at number 10, and he will get a guard of honour. This is a really, really classy display of sportsmanship from the Northamptonshire players. as Chris Wright, in his 414th and final appearance in county cricket, is welcomed to a man by those in the shirts of the Tudor Rose. Really, really classy touch that from Northants, and richly deserved as well. Chris Wright, a man who made his first-class debut in 2004 for the Cambridge UCCE, has played for Middlesex, Essex, Warwickshire, and of course Leicestershire, coming out to bats for what could be the final time in his career. So that is lovely to see from the home side here at Wantage Road today.
Yeah, fantastic. Just a fantastic human being, isn't he, Chris Wright? I've had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times, and a warm, friendly, passionate individual, wants to speak, wants to talk, wants to get to know you as a person. And yeah, what a fantastic career he's had. He's just ticked over 40 years old, but we'll talk about the bowling, well, probably later on today, but batting-wise, a high score of 87 in first-class cricket, 15 50s, and over 4,000 first-class runs for Chris Wright. That's a little fend and a little play and miss at Justin Broad's first delivery to him this morning.
Yeah, there aren't many more superlatives we can really add to Chris Wright. Just one of those faces who season in, season out, he's always towards the top of the wickets column. And as you said, just a wonderful individual. I know Chris quite well from his time at Warwickshire and more recently from his time playing club cricket.
And he's away. Inside edge, off the mark on in his final appearance in first-class cricket. Doesn't end the batting career with a duck.
Which is nice to see. But no, I know that I mentioned it beforehand, but that was a lovely touch, wasn't it, from Northants? Always nice to see that mutual respect. You think of how competitive professional sport is, how ruthless it can be at times. I mean, players get cut 2-3 years into their career, and that can be that. So to see a player being recognised for 22 seasons worth of service, well, it's just wonderful to see. So fair play to Northamptonshire. And of course, for Leicestershire, they'll be hoping to give Chris a fairy tale ending. And from a results perspective, you can argue that's already been accomplished with promotion back to the First Division for the first time since 2003 and winning the Second Division as a whole. I always think as a champion side, it's always nice, isn't it, to have that trophy lift after a win. I mean, we saw that, didn't we, in the ODI series with South Africa and England, that record defeat for South Africa, and then they were lifting the series trophy. I just feel like when you are victors, when you're champions, you want to end almost on the note that you started off on.
Yeah, I mean, Leicestershire, they've made the running, haven't they, through the course of this first day. They've dominated proceedings. Really, they're setting themselves up for an opportunity to go ahead and win this final game. Chris Wright more comfortably there, just on the back foot, drops it into the offside for a single. Brings Eskenazi back on strike. But they, as a county this year in first-class cricket, have been pretty much untouchable, haven't they? Various different captains, as we spoke about yesterday. Order changes. The batting lineup. Depth, there's some serious depth in the squad too. That's an inside edge past McManus. And that'll be Eskenazi's first boundary of the day. And his first run as well. Takes him up to 154 for Stephen Eskenazi. Not quite as stylish as some of the boundaries that he scored yesterday, but he'll take them. Doesn't matter how they come, does it?
No, it doesn't. They all count in the end, whether it's an inside edge, outside edge, a dropped catch on the boundary, which goes over the rope for 6. All goes down the same, doesn't it, in the scorebook?
What did you make of yesterday's proceedings? You've had a night to recover and a night to mull over what you saw yesterday from both sides. How did you sum it up?
Well, it was a day almost in three sections, wasn't it? The first 10 overs were completely and utterly dominated by Leicestershire. Rishi Patel and especially Sol Buninger taking the Northamptonshire attack to the sword. Then after that, we saw a little bit of a wobble in the morning session. Leicestershire went from 70 without loss to 110 for 4 towards lunch. And then after that, well, we go into the third passage of play. And after that, it was dominated, wasn't it, by Stevie Eskenazi. Spoke already about those partnerships alongside Johnny Tattersall. That was 98 runs. And then Ben Cox and Liam Travaskis and Logan van Beek towards the end of the day. I think overall, it was certainly Leicestershire's day. And for Northamptonshire, it just felt like a day of missed opportunities, didn't it? Especially with that first delivery of the morning session, shelled by Safe Sabre, first slip off the bowling of Justin Broad. And then after that, a few misfields, another couple of drop chances as well, which admittedly were more difficult, weren't they? One in at short mid-wicket and the other one from Stuart van der Merwe in the slips, diving goalkeeper style, high to his right. But yeah, it just felt like in the end, 392 for 7. In an ideal world, Northants probably would have seen Leicestershire more towards 350.
Yeah, it's well, the 44 runs of Rishi Patel would have been chalked off straight away, wouldn't it? Which would have taken it down to the 350. Eskenazi, to be fair, when bowled off that no ball, had already passed 3 figures and had made a significant impact in this game anyway. And the 2 other drop catches, yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough to quantify in the standard of the game that we have in 2025 and the focus on the athleticism in the fielding. Yes, they weren't regulation catches where you had both feet on the ground and it was nice waist height and you could choose whether you wanted your fingers pointing up or down. But we live in a world now where you see an incredible piece of fielding like James Sales did on the boundary to save 6. It's a little tickle down the leg side. It's given us leg byes for Leicestershire. So another 4 added to the tally. Nobody drops them on purpose. That, I think, is always an important thing to caveat. But $412 for 8 now the score. Saw a lot of spin bowled yesterday for Northamptonshire. Suspect it will be a similar occasion if Scrimshaw and Broad don't wrap this innings up in these opening 8 to 10 overs. Nirvana Ramesh bowled nicely. Rob Keogh picked up 2 wickets, one of which was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? That popped up on the social feed yesterday evening. Through the gate, turned sharply on day 1 here. And he's got him. Eskenazi goes. Justin Broad has 2 this morning. And Stephen Eskenazi, 155 runs for the Leicestershire man. Couldn't get his innings started again here on day 2. But what a fantastic innings that was by Eskenazi. What a brilliant look into the future it was for Leicestershire supporters as the player that they've got coming on a permanent basis for 2026. Very well batted. Those that are in the ground get to their feet and applaud Eskenazi off the ground here at Wantage Road. And Northamptonshire now need 1 wicket in order to start batting.
We do have our answer as well because Josh Hull, the number 11, is coming out into the middle. So it is as we expected. Leicestershire were not going to declare this morning. But, I mean, look, that is an outstanding effort, isn't it, from Stevie Eskenazi. 155 from 240 deliveries, included 19 4s and 2 6s. And it becomes even more impressive when you think about the next highest score for Leicestershire in this innings. And it's Tattersall's 47. So he really has almost single-handedly held down the fort for the Foxes. He's played some beautiful cricket shots. And I think the reaction there from both the Northamptonshire and the Leicestershire fans in attendance at Wantage Road said absolutely everything you needed to know about the fans' reactions. Both sets absolutely loving what they saw. But his knock has come to an end. And as a result, it will be Josh Hull who comes out to the middle. Has a first-class career best of 35, does Josh Hull.
35 not out.
Good point.
He'd have gone on and scored 100 that day. At least that's what the number 11 would tell you he was going off to go and do, wouldn't he? Justin Broad now has 3. Just oversteps there and called no ball by the standing umpire. So the 10 and 11, Chris Wright and Josh Hull in for Leicestershire. 414 for 9. Get as many as they possibly can and look just about once here at Wantage Road. 2 slips and a gully in place. An appeal for LBW. I have a sneaky suspicion he might have nicked that one into the pad. It's a tough one to read, actually, isn't it? It's not been the most animated of performances by Northamptonshire in the field. A lot of the wicket celebrations have been quite muted, quite toned down. It's got that kind of end of school year feeling about it. So actually, to the 2 wickets that have picked up this morning, it's taken a little while to recognize the fact that that's actually been an outside edge and a chance taken up until when the umpire raises the finger. Yeah, it's got a feeling of a last day of school about it, hasn't it?
It has, but I'll tell you what, this is much better, isn't it, from Northamptonshire? And it just goes to show that if you go to a more traditional channel bowling tactic, as opposed to what we saw yesterday, which was very early short ball ploy, just goes to show you can get your rewards as a bowler on this surface. And Broad has been exceptional, hasn't he?
Yeah, throughout the course of the day. He wasn't fantastic with that second new ball yesterday, was he? But that opening spell, he was going at 2s. He's now bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 77. So across the course of the game, he has certainly been the standout for the seamers for Northamptonshire. It's going to be George Scrimshaw to continue from the David Capel end. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15 this morning for Scrimshaw. 2 slips and a gully in place. Trying to wrap up this innings. It's Chris Wright on strike. He's on 2. Finds the middle of the bat. Just offers to give himself a bit of room. Opens up the offside. Scrimshaw follows him and defended up to mid-on.
He had a very clean connection on that defensive shot, didn't he? Sounded very crisp and clean through the effects mic. Got work to do here, though, as Chris Wright.
Beautiful cricket shot by Chris Wright. Through mid-wicket, 2 straight from George Scrimshaw. Worked and manipulated through the leg side by the Leicestershire number 10. What a cricket shot that was.
Absolutely splendid, that from Chris Wright. Something similar to what we would have seen from a former teammate of his, Jonathan Trott. Got into position nice and early. The placement on that was absolutely perfect. Brings about the change in field as well. Arish Bachake Moves out from square leg to deep square leg.
And a quick single taken into the offside. There is, I've decided, Aaron, when that man moves to deep square leg to indicate the short ball is about to be bowled, the short ball is never bowled.
I know what you mean.
Never.
It's one of the most common double bluffs, isn't it?
Yeah.
In cricket. No, it's a very, very good point. So we saw that quite a bit yesterday as well. It was Ben Whitehouse who was utilising it. And then the very next ball was almost Yorker length, wasn't it? Trying to extract some swing from the Dukes.
Short leg coming into play. Now that Josh Hull is on strike. Quite ready to go yet. James Sales has been stationed out at deep square leg. Still the two slips in place though. Josh Hull yet to get off the mark. Scrimshaw from the David Cahill end, and Josh Hull is off the mark. Carved through the offside this time. That is going to win the race down to the boundary rope. Brings up another boundary for Leicestershire. Takes them in up to 423 for 9. And Josh Hull is off the mark with a bit of muscle through the offside.
Yeah, another cracking shot, that, isn't it? This time from Josh Hull. Definitely a handy option given the amount of space out on the offside. The execution was spot on as well. So turning into quite an expensive over this for Scrimshaw.
There is that short ball which Josh Hull has played with the ease of a Leicestershire number 3, just swayed out the way of it. 3 to the gloves of Lewis McManus. So Scrimshaw now 17 overs, no maidens, 2 for 104. Justin Broad rewarded with a bit of extra strength in that slip cordon. 3 fielders in there now. Beautifully bowled. He's really settled into a nice rhythm this morning, Justin Broad.
Just gone slightly cloudy as well, hasn't it, overhead? Started off basking in the glorious Northampton sunshine, but just a little bit of overcast conditions now circling above the county ground.
You never want to get too far ahead with first-class cricket in particular, but it's just started to think about Northamptonshire and their batting lineup and what opportunities that will present to people that wouldn't normally get them. Again, there's the 2 regular opening batters for Northamptonshire, they're not around this week, so it'll be Lewis McManus and Arish Buchake who opens the batting for the host this week. So 2 opportunities there for batters that, well, in Arish's situation, that hasn't had that opportunity yet. Lewis McManus has opened the batting before this summer, has batted 3, but would normally find himself down as low as 8. Opportunity there for the both of them to spend some time in the middle, finish their season off on a high. Rob Keogh, he spent the back half of the season down at number 8, batting as a primary spin bowler. He finds himself at number 3 this week. Just signed that 1-year contract extension. Wouldn't that be a fantastic way to sign the season off with new pen to paper, back at number 3, back in that top order? with a nice innings, a nice score to round out the 2025 season. Yorker from Broad that's dug out by Chris Wright. The youngsters of Van der Merwe, Safe Zabe, who's had an incredible summer. What's his appetite like to go and score another first-class 100 in 2025? Justin Broad, he's been churning runs out. George Bartlett, who finds himself at number 8 this week, he's been light on runs this summer. Opportunities. And somebody along there is going to have to take that opportunity, aren't they? Because getting to level par with a score of over 420 on the board is going to take some feat to do so.
It is. And I think realistically, for that batting lineup, you've just got to get a couple of big partnerships. And the first thing in this format and in the county championship as a whole, the absolute worst scenario you want to be doing is following on. So that should be the first goal, because anything over 400, it feels like the mind automatically ticks towards, well, can we get within 140 at least, just to avoid that mark? Scrimshaw bowls here to Josh Hull. Another short ball attempted. Imagine we'll see some of that from Josh Hull as well over the duration of this game, with that high release point and the extra bounce he generates from the surface. But it's just one of those for Northamptonshire. It's about batting sensibly. So that'll be the first milestone. And after that, just build as many partnerships as you possibly can. I mean, this wicket has not had too many demons. As much as we've said there's been a little bit in it for Rob Keogh and Nirvan Ramesh, it hasn't been turning square every single delivery. The pitch hasn't misbehaved with inconsistent bounce. To surface for the most part, one which has actually stayed very true. It didn't have too much carry yesterday, but as the game has progressed, there's a little bit more genuine carry to it, as we've seen from Scrimshaw and Justin Broad. So I know it sounds very cliche, but Northamptonshire just have to play the ball on its merits. It's not one of those green mambas where you almost have to search for your runs. Just see ball, hit ball. Simple as that.
Yeah, and it's the personal pride, isn't it? Last game of the season. There is personal pride to play for Northamptonshire, but that's a crunching shot by Josh Hull. Missed time though. Straight at George Bartlett, mid-off. They can't go up as a team. They can't go down. So there are some opportunities personally just to round this season off on a high. That's the cricket shot of a Saturday afternoon, that, wasn't it, by Josh Hull. Camped on the back foot, been eyeing up that deep mid-wicket region. We've tried to hack and hoik George Scrimshaw, much to the bowler's disgust, over the leg side for 4. Two slips for Scrimshaw. It's very well bowled. Whether that was a change of pace or not, I'm not 100% sure, but ball barely carrying through to the gloves of Lewis McManus. Justin Broad will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Takes the jumper off and the cap, passes it to the umpire. McManus there, just having a conversation with Rob Keogh. Be quite a good tactic, I think, to get the off spinner on to Leicestershire's 10 and 11, see if they can tempt And there we go. Rob Keogh starts loosening up the shoulders and the neck as well. So he'll be coming on to bowl in the not too distant future. That's a beautiful cricket shot, isn't it, by Chris Wright? Just whipped off the pads for a single down to deep square. George Scrimshaw picks it up inside the boundary rope. Yeah, get the off spinner on. See if you can tempt one of the 10 or 11 into a big shot. Hold out at long on, deep mid wicket.
Or a stumping.
Or a stumping, or just misreading the flight. If, of course, Justin Broad can't wrap this innings up himself. He's searching for 4. It's into the thigh pad. Madison Broad in conversation after that first delivery. Finds the middle of Josh Hull's bat. I suppose those numbers that Josh has put together in that first-class career so far, hard really to read into them. It's only 24 innings. Average is just under 9. He's only 21 years old. There's so much room and scope to develop, isn't there? That's tickled off the pads for 4 by the Leicestershire number 11. And he shapes up better than a number 11 as well. I know there isn't a bunny in world cricket anymore. They don't exist, do they? You can't make a career as a professional cricketer by having absolutely no ability to bat whatsoever. That does not work or happen anymore. But he shapes up well, doesn't he? He doesn't look frantic. He doesn't look phased by it. And I would dare say that those numbers in first-class cricket in particular will just go up from here. Was it the 35 not out that he scored down at Canterbury earlier this summer? Was that the innings? He put together a nice partnership for the 11th wicket down at Canterbury earlier this summer. Other games going on in Division 2. Derbyshire still 2 down at Canterbury. 435 for 2 now. Derbyshire, Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees both bringing up 150 scores each. Middlesex 413 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Loose deploy 179 not out. It's nicely played again into the leg side. There is 2 fielders out there, so they will cut it off. Josh Hull will keep the strike. And then the other game, the final one at Cardiff, Glamorgan, the other team that are promoted from Division 1 this year. So they will join Leicestershire in Division 1 of the Championship in 2026. They were bowled out for 265. And Lancashire are 81 for 1 in response. It was 5 wickets for Tom Bailey in the end. 3 for George Balderson. Keaton Jennings, the man, out for 49. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon in the middle as they look to get onto level par there with Glamorgan. Scrimshaw continues from the David Capel end. Short ball. Josh Hull pulls out the way of with ease. Drops the hands on it, sways back and watches it go past into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And I think that just highlights the lack of pace in this surface. There's no real venom, is there, about it? Division 1 down at Chelmsford. Somerset still going in their first innings. They're 369 for 6. 50 not out for Craig Overton. Lewis Goldsworthy, 71 not out as well. wickets for Porter and Bracewell. Notts are batting. They've bowled Warwickshire out for 258 at Trent Bridge. Short ball from around the wicket this time, which again, Josh ducks this one. So all things looking good for Nottinghamshire at the moment. 4 wickets for Brett Hutton, 3 for Mohammed Abbas, and Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater opening the batting for Nottinghamshire as they go in search of their championship title. Hampshire 166 for 6 against Surrey, so they are just in front, but only lead by 19. Bowled Surrey out for 147, putting a serious dent in Surrey's ability to defend the title that they won last year. High score of 37 for Toby Albert, but not much else to write home about from a Hampshire perspective. Darren Lawrence with 2 for. Sussex 264 for 7. James Cole's passing 1,000 runs for the 2025 season. It's another attempted short ball for Scrimshaw, which just hasn't bounced at all, has it? Rolled along and pinned Josh Hull in the hip as he's tried to duck underneath it. 264 for 7, Sussex. John Simpson is 78 not out. 102 for James Coles. 3 wickets for Tom Taylor, once of this parish. That must put him back to the top of the charts for the wicket takers 2025. In the final game, the other relegation scrap, Durham 346 for 9. That one is given, gone, taken. Good catch by Lewis McManus. The tactic from Scrimshaw did work. The angle changed from to Josh Hull. Maybe the shorter ball before that didn't quite bounce put Josh Hull into a little bit of confusion and couldn't help but get a little tickle on it round the corner. George Scrimshaw rewarded. And Leicestershire are all out for 429 of 107.5 overs. Well, that, Aaron, is going to take some batting to get to level par there for Northamptonshire.
Yep, completely agree. But it goes back to that previous discussion that we had. Just play the ball on its merit. Don't do anything too unorthodox or too outside of the box. And look, just bat sensibly. The fact is, we're what? Morning session of day 2. There's still so much time left, theoretically, in this game. The absolute last thing that Northants want to do is go into lunch 3 or 4 wickets down. So, yeah, it's going to be a very important, I say, 10 to 15 overs of Northamptonshire's first innings. I think if both openers were to be dismissed, I think Leicestershire, with runs on the board, go into the remainder of the day's play very confident. But I will say Northants have done a pretty good job this morning, considering Leicestershire were 392 for 7 at the very start of the day. That's 3 wickets for the gain of just 37 runs. So not the worst start to day 2 for the Tudor Rose.
Yeah, not at all. Well, as the players leave the field, the heavy roller comes on. Let's take a 10-minute breather as the players prepare for the start of the second innings. Welcome back to the live stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. We're powered by Daffabet. We are just about ready to get underway for this second innings between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. The heavy roller makes its way off the field. Leicestershire players out there ready to go. Final touches by the ground staff. And Lewis McManus, Arish Uchake make their way out to the middle to opening the batting for the hosts. Leicestershire all out for 429. We've got an hour and 12 minutes until the scheduled lunch break. All the cricket starting half an hour earlier than what it would do normally due to the time of year. And it looks like the captain, Ian Holland, has given himself the new ball and will bowl from the Lim Wilson centre end. We'll take an eye out the window to see who might be taking the new ball from the other end. Could it be Chris Wright? Could it be Josh Hull? Could it be Logan Van Beek? What do you think, Aaron? What's your where would you throw the new ball, Captain Viles?
Captain Viles would give it straight to Chris Wright in his final game, searching for wicket number 800 of his career. Here is Ian Holland then to McManus. First ball of the Northamptonshire innings, clipped away to square leg for a single. Nice way for the skipper to get off the mark.
Yeah, comfortable single, just into the hip, wasn't it, by Ian Holland? McManus just drops it into the leg side for a single.
Had a great season, hasn't he? Ian Holland, Leicestershire's leading first-class wicket taker. 35 wickets. It's an average of 19.6. Here he is to the debutant, Arish Uchake.
Cry of catch there, wasn't there, as the ball just hung in the air in the leg side. Uchake just early on it. What can you tell us about Arish Uchake? Might be watching him for the first time in first-class cricket.
I can tell you plenty. So he's 19 years of age, born in Pune, attends Durham University, plays his club cricket in Leicestershire for Kibworth. There's a little bit of a connection there to the county as well. As he tucks up into a defensive position. So Arish is actually a product of the Foxes Academy. He was at the club from under 10 level before making the move to Northamptonshire in 2021. And something to watch out with regards to his game. He's quite bottom hand dominant. We see that with a lot of young wicketkeepers in the modern game. He's a strong player down the ground, so in that imaginary V, as we know it in the game of cricket. And he's also someone who's unafraid to take on the short ball. So I've seen him play many a pull shots and hook shot in the twos. If that is something that Van Beek and Hull want to implement, I wouldn't be surprised if Arish does take the aggressive option. But just looking at this campaign in isolation, 2025 hasn't had the greatest of years for the twos. 117 runs at 29.25 in 3 second 11 matches. But he is someone with plenty of promise as he guides that one down towards deep third for the first run of his professional career. Let's not forget as well that in 2024, opening the batting, this was in a 50-over game against London Schools at Wantage Road. He scored an excellent 122 from 130 deliveries, and in that game, showcased all of that talent to a very high standard. So I think everybody's very happy for Arish.
What a beauty. What a way to finish that opening over. Beats the defence of Lewis McManus to the gloves of Ben Cox. Top ball to finish. 2 for no loss. And I think you are going to get your wish, are you? It is going to be Chris Wright to open the bowling from the David Caper lens.
Wonderful. Well, we did call it. So
we didn't call it. You just wanted it.
Well, yeah.
There's a difference there.
Well, mix of both. The gut reaction was correct. And in the end, Ian Holland's agreeing with that particular gut reaction. It is, of course, Chris Wright coming on to bowl here at Wantage Road. A man on 799 professional wickets, 597 of which have come in the first-class format. And here he is bowling to Arush Bachake. First ball is played out towards short extra cover for no run. I mean, what a career it has been for Chris Wright. 414 appearances across formats, 211 of which have come in the first-class format, 141 in List A cricket and 62 in T20s. Here he is in his final match as a professional cricketer. And that is a top-notch delivery from Chris Wright. And there's countless highlights that we could touch upon with regards to this man's career. And I know that his family, they'll be watching the stream intently, listening along to the coverage. And Leicestershire, of course, will be hoping to deliver the fairy tale ending that this man's illustrious 22-season career thoroughly deserves. Always a bonus as well, isn't it, Dan? When someone isn't just a wonderful cricketer, but also a lovely man off the field. And we both mentioned earlier, but Chris is one of the great characters in county cricket. Always has time to chat about the game and the art of seam bowling. Bachake covers up on that latest delivery. Also has his very own podcast as well, the Bowlers Union, alongside, or soon to be, Warwickshire all-rounder Keith Barker. That news was announced a little bit earlier on in the 2025 season, having spent the last 6 years at Hampshire. He's done plenty of coaching in the club circuit as well. Bachake plays that with soft hands, runs it away down towards Lewis Hill. That will be another single for the professional debutant. Plenty of encouragement being offered as well behind the stumps from Ben Cox. 3 slips in place in the forms of Rishi Patel, Johnny Tattersall, and Stevie Eskenazi, the main man from a Leicestershire point of view.
I'll tell you, that's a fantastic effort for Stevie Eskenazi and Johnny Tattersall to turn straight up at Leicestershire and end up in the slip cordon, isn't it? Where'd you field? Second slip. Okay, well, we'll put you there then. Brilliant. I mean, what a fantastic... I mean, of course, they'll have a CV and reputation to go with it, but the other lads that have been toiling away for Leicestershire in the outfield for a couple of seasons look up and go, oh, no, I'll keep going at mid-off then, shall I?
See, personally, I wouldn't mind that. I quite enjoy those fielding positions, mid-on and mid-off. Favourites always deep mid-wicket, especially in club cricket.
You'd be busy out there on a Saturday afternoon, wouldn't you?
Exactly, but that is why. That's why. It just depends on how you feel about your fielding. I think it's important, regardless of the position that your captain puts you in or where you prefer. You've got to constantly have a good attitude and showcase good body language. It's that one off the edge of Bachake's bat. Just falls short of the aforementioned tatters all in at third slip. And I know we've said this before, Dan, but what a day this is.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
The 25th of September.
I mean, we are sat in a big greenhouse, aren't we?
Yes.
But there is some warmth radiating through the window here in front of us. It's a lovely day. Get the factor 15 out. Fire the barbecues back up. Beautiful. It's your barbecue away for the winter now?
I don't have one.
No.
Unfortunately, it's one of my favourite go-to foods, barbecue, especially on a nice sunny day. No, I don't think October, November is too appropriate, is it, in the UK to get the barbecue out? Well, there's a huge appeal there for caught behind. Holland there just asking the question of the standing umpire. Charkey takes a few steps away from the wicket there. And no damage is done for the home side. Northamptonshire remain 3 without loss.
Yeah, what do you think about that one?
It was a tough one from our vantage point, but there was a big appeal, and it was for caught behind. Whether it's just tickled off the pad, maybe Arrow should just hit the pad on the way. And beautiful bowling that from Ian Holland. Unsurprising that he is the Foxes' leading wicket taker in the championship this season with bowling like that. Just place it in the corridor of uncertainty. Get your opposition playing. That one slightly spoons up from Bacharke, and that will be a dot ball to round out the over. Northamptonshire remain 3 without loss after 3 overs. A very sunny Northampton.
Yeah, it was a confident appeal, wasn't it, by Ian Holland and Cox in the slip cordon. I thought, as you say, we are a long, long way away. Thought I might have heard a couple of noises through as it went through to the gloves of the keeper, Cox. Umpire made an indication that it had hit Bacharke outside the line, kind of gave that kind of classic kind of movement with the hands. But I don't think that's what Ian Holland... I think they appealed for the LBW to start with. I think they moved on to the court behind quite quickly. As you say, maybe it did just brush the thigh pad and not much else going on, but it was a confident appeal. I'm sure it would have raised the heart rate of the young Northants opener for a moment. Just looks a little bit nervous, doesn't he, which you'd expect. It's first opportunity for Bacharke in the first 11, in first-class cricket. Just looks a little bit nervy at the moment, which can certainly be forgiven.
Well, that one is played delightfully by Lewis McManus, just in front of square, and that'll be the first boundary of the Northamptonshire reply. Comes courtesy of the captain. Finds himself opening the batting, and as we often see with Luke Proctor, it's important that the captain leads from the front. That really was an exquisite strike to get that boundary tally up and underway here on day 2. Northamptonshire now 7 without loss. How can Chris Wright respond after that one? Just hangs it. What appears to be a 5th or 6th stump line. Trying to bait McManus into a flashy drive. Got 3 very safe catches in the slip cordon. Sol Budinger out at points. And in an extra cover as well. along with Lewis Hill down at deep third. That's a good leave there from McManus.
It's one of my favourite things with the effects mic is being able to hear the conversation in the middle.
We had a brilliant one in the last game. Well, shouts of catch it. It was aerial from McManus, but he's driven that delightfully square for 4 more runs. Thumps into those cinch advertising boards. And that is now 2 boundaries in the 4th over. Northamptonshire move on to 11 without loss. So Alfonso Thomas makes his way around the boundary rope here at Wantage Road. Yeah, in the Glamorgan game, it's towards the latter stages. And the game was fizzing out to be a draw. So James Sales came on and bowled some off breaks. And I think it was Lewis McManus who said, "You've got a future in this, James." Very next ball, rank 4 toss, 4 runs. Perfect timing. That one Fuller from right. Whisked away down towards deep backward square. And that's some sharp running between McManus and Bachake. 2 runs to round out a fruitful over for the home side. Northamptonshire 13 for the loss of no wickets after 4 overs.
Yeah, McManus has started really nicely, hasn't he? Timing the ball well, both sides of the wicket. And with plenty of experience and selfless as well. As I say, he's spent a lot of his career at number 7, number 8 even sometimes here for Northamptonshire. When his side has needed somebody to go and fill a gap further up the order, he's always put his hand up to take that opportunity and to put his name forward. Vice captain, or captain today in the absence of Luke Proctor, but yeah, takes a good man to be able to do that.
Nice defensive shot there from Arush Bachake. Just going back to his performances this season as well in the 2s, high score of 35 against the Yorkshire second 11. That score coming against the White Rose at Wheatwood a little bit earlier on in the campaign. It's on his shorts and left alone by Bachake, but you could see there he wanted to go for that one. Just takes another look around. I mean, there is green grass down towards the players' dressing rooms. Leicestershire have got a fielder out at deep backward square. Another one at deep third. Bachake once more meets that defensively.
Just bowls with such consistency, doesn't he, Ian Holland? Got an interesting position, one of the fielders there, just stationed in front of square on the leg side. Doesn't walk in, but almost gets into a position, a catching position. I think just waiting to see if Bachake is prepared to try and pull Ian Holland off the bails. He's not walking in with the bowler. He's stationed deliberately, isn't he? About, what is he, 4 strips away, 5 strips away?
About 5. It's Liam Travaskis, isn't it? Wearing the number 80. Former Durham man. Got a great piece of trivia about Liam Travaskis. Big appeal for the LBW. Just looked a little bit high from our position here in the commentary box, and I think the reaction of the Leicestershire players would suggest a similar school of thinking. But going back to that point about Liam Travaskis, he's the first ever Durham player to take a hat-trick in List A cricket. Did it on the opening day of the 2023 One Day Cup. Holland ends with a dot ball. That is another maiden over. So Northamptonshire 13 for the loss of no wickets after 5. It will be Chris Wright to continue his spell from the David Capel end. Of course, a massive thank you as well to everybody who is tuning in to the live stream today. As is customary, let us know where you're tuning in from. Had a few from South Africa and Canada yesterday. Just goes to show how far-reaching the love of county cricket, the incredible county championship goes. It's Chris Wright bowls here to Lewis McManus. That one is drilled down towards wide mid-on for no run.
The other thing I'd be curious to know, Aaron, as well, the supporters of both sides. We spoke a little bit, didn't we, yesterday about the prospects and the hopes and the futures of the two sides going into 2026. Who might be joining the counties, who we think they might be missing, how the signings have gone. Would love to know the thoughts of those watching as to how they think their teams are going to go in 2026, what the aspirations are, what the business has been like off the field so far, what type of player that might be missing. I'm sure plenty of people will have their own thoughts as to what both sides will look to do or need to do next year.
This is challenging here from Chris Wright. A couple of inside edges being forced from McManus. Well, we had a lengthy conversation, didn't we, about the potential recruitment for Northamptonshire yesterday. I think for the both of us, it was a case of another reliable top-order option, just to cement and solidify that batting unit a little bit more, especially in red ball cricket. And then just a seamer. An experienced seamer, which to be honest nowadays is like gold dust. Speaking of experience, here is Chris Wright. And that is well played by McManus. I do wonder what's going through Chris's head today. 414 professional appearances. He's someone who has been here every single year since I've started watching county cricket. So it's going to be tremendously strange not to see that familiar face in 2026. But boy, has it been an incredible career. For those of a Fox's persuasion, you'll be hoping he can help bowl the side to victory. Put the cherry on top of the cake on what has been an unforgettable summer for the East Midlands County. Still plenty of encouragement being offered behind the stumps there by Ben Cox. One final delivery in this, the 6th over. That's well left again by McManus. That'll be the ends of the over. Back-to-back maidens for the visiting side. Northamptonshire 13 without loss after 6 overs. As Ian Holland straight away gives the sunglasses, his cap and his jumper to the standing umpire.
Yeah, and this just highlights the difference, doesn't it, immediately between the two sets of bowlers. The pressure that Leicestershire are able to impose on Northamptonshire. As you said, back-to-back maidens. How long are Buchake and McManus prepared to absorb that pressure, to not see the scoreboard advance? In comparison to yesterday morning, as you said, Leicestershire were going at 6 and over. Nearly 8 and over from one end in particular. You see, they've just strengthened that leg side again to Buchake. It's Chris Wright that has gone closer and tighter in on the leg side. So 2 catches now for Holland to Bocciake. Sol Budinger, you can hear, can't you? Desperate to go and join the duo on the leg side. He wants part of the action. Holland just looking to run the ball across Bocciake back into it. That in-swing delivery. He can sense the nerves, can't he? His debut performance, just looking to pick him up early as he drops it into the leg side.
He's played that well, hasn't he? Bocciake just plays it with soft hands, guides it down towards deep third. I quite like that from Sol Budinger. He's a bit of a character. Just goes to show, doesn't it? The hunger, the desire for Leicestershire to win this game. So brings McManus back on strike. McManus more than up for the task. McManus once more goes on the defensive. Definitely two different approaches compared to what we saw yesterday. Leicestershire 63 without loss after 10. Bocciake and McManus happy to just be a little bit more resolute. Feels like there's a pressure release coming sooner rather than later. On that occasion, though, from McManus. Shoulders, arms.
As I said, it's the big difference is the quality, isn't it? Let's be completely honest about it. Sol Budinger is an enterprising batter. He likes to fill bat on ball. It's not every day that Sol Budinger strikes 170 in a game of first-class cricket, which is exactly what he did yesterday morning. And the reality of it is there were too many deliveries that weren't challenging modes of dismissal for Sol Budinger, which is why Leicestershire got off to such a flyer.
Correct. And it would be interesting, wouldn't it, to have almost one of those side-by-side comparison of the pitch maps, because Leicestershire have definitely been a lot fuller. We saw too much short stuff from Northamptonshire yesterday. They just sat up nicely, especially for Budinger, who, as we know, well, he is a wonderful player on the onside. Just looking at the YouTube feed. Very good morning to Pete and Lorraine, who are holidaying in Cape Verde.
Oh, splendid.
What a gorgeous part of the world that is. Staunch Steelbacks fans loving the commentary. Well, thank you very much, Pete and Lorraine. Hope that you're enjoying your holiday. Feels like we're in Cape Verde today, doesn't it? Nice and sunny in Northampton. It's Chris Wright, bowls here too. Bocciake, it's aerial, chipped away down towards Logan van Beek. Bocciake wants the second. Will just be a single. Also, very good morning to Maseo Parker, who's tuned in from Birmingham, watching former Warwickshire legend Chris Wright take his final bow. Well, thank you to all of you for tuning in. Yeah, let us know where you are watching and enjoying the county championship from. Our final curtain closer for the summer of 2025. McManus attempts the drop and run. No run on offer there. Ian Holland was onto that in a flash. I imagine that once we get to the latter stages of the game that Chris Wright's family will be in attendance as well. Very much a family affair for the Wrights. Oh, that's a big booming drive attempted by McManus. No connection on it, and he survives. But for those who don't know, Chris grew up watching his dad play club cricket. I was down in Hampshire. Also watched a lot of the Rose and Crown at Northlands, which was the predecessor to the Utilita Bowl. And of course, from there, played a little bit of youth cricket for the county. Never got contracts. So after that, Middlesex came calling. Oh, it's an excellent take from Ben Cox. And that has elicited quite the response from yourself, Dan, as a fellow keeper.
Wow. How has that moved the way it's moved and not picked up the inside edge of McManus? That has swung enormously as it's gone past the stumps. And what a phenomenal take from Ben Cox. One-handed, full-length dive to his left, picking it up just off the grass. Chris Wright and Ian Holland, they've just got into a nice rhythm here, haven't they? They've really got this new Dukes to talk for the two of them. And the pressure that they're building feels like a matter of time, doesn't it, before one of the two of them are rewarded. What a take.
Oh, it's brilliant, wasn't it? And that goes down in the score as a dot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you and I have enjoyed it. And the few hundred people watching the live stream have enjoyed it as well. But
sensational grab, that. And that one, a lot more authoritative from McManus. Saves his legs, just watches back in splendour as it races away through the covers for 4 runs. Great way to round out the over for the Tudor Rose. Northamptonshire, 19 without loss after 8 overs of play. Cracking shot that from McManus, who he himself, we've just had that conversation about Chris Wright having that connection to Hampshire. Lewis himself, of course, played first 11 cricket for the Southern outfit. Now applying his trade here in the East Midlands.
yeah, another one of the Northamptonshire cricketers that put pen to paper on a new contract this year, didn't he? He was quite a bit earlier than the recent announcements, but keep him at the club for another 2 seasons on top of this one.
Well, I think that is a move which works nicely for all parties involved, especially for Lewis. He's grown into a leader, hasn't he? Of course, taking on the captaincy in this game, in vice-captain. Admittedly, the One-Day Cup didn't go to plan. But he captained and opened the batting in that competition. Holland bowls here to Bacharke, and that is a very stylish shot from the 19-year-old. A crisp, clean cover drive of the very highest standards. And that moves Northamptonshire onto 23 without loss. Just settles the nerves a little bit as well, doesn't it, Dan?
It does. Overpitched by Ian Holland, just pushing it a bit fuller, trying to see if he could get that to swing away from Bacharke, invite the drive, which it did invite, but it was beautifully climbed through the offside, through that gap as well, that vacant gap in the covers. First boundary up to 8 now. Bacharke. You can see the difference, can't you, as well, in 8 overs of cricket. There was a shotter ball for Bacharke to start with. He didn't leave anything alone outside off stump. That boundary there settled the nerves down and then confidently was able to leave the very next delivery.
Get a nice leave that from Arish Bacharke. Rob McDonald watching on from Leicester, rooting for Chris Wright to get 3 wickets. Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Tell you what, so far, though, this has been pretty good stuff, especially from Bacharke. Just calming the nerves a little bit. And that again is another fine cricket shot. On drive down towards the vacant space at long on. It will be Chris Wright, the man of the moment, making his final professional appearance, who does the fielding. 3 runs are taken there for the home side. Northampton's 26 without loss. Holland finishes off with a dot ball, and the score will remain the same. We said about the importance of these opening 10 overs. Northants didn't want to be 2-3 wickets down, staring down the barrel. So far, has been very sensible batting from McManus and Buchake. Because let's face it, Dan, as well, given where both sides are in the table, bonus points at this stage aren't the be-all and end-all, are they? It's just a case of finishing the season on a positive note as Budinger comes in at gully. 3 slips in play as well here for Chris Wright, going on the aggressive against Arus Buchake. Well played once more there from the debutant. Looking at McManus down the other end, he has just taken the gloves off there. I think he was just readjusting the back grip. All appears to be fine now, though. Buchake glances that one towards a diving Budinger in at gully. First time today, Darren Lehman as well, going on a wonder around the boundary rope. Just assessing the current situation.
Get the steps in.
Why wouldn't you on a day like today? Really is sensational, isn't it? Buchake steps into that one. Nice, confident, assertive defensive shot. But this is very different to the Buchake we've seen in second 11 cricket. As I said, he is quite a punchy, dynamic cricketer. He's someone who likes a couple of early boundaries. And it's not to the same extent as Sol Budinger, for example, but you can just see he's well aware of the gravity of this situation on professional debut. But so far, his defence has been solid as granite. He's doing a fine job just to be the foil to the more experienced McManus.
We spoke about it yesterday, didn't we, about the step up from second 11 to first 11 cricket in the county game. Hasn't really been given anything to score off from Chris Wright. Ian Holland's just weighing off that consistency to give that cover drive boundary away. But Chris Wright is on the money. He's got 799 professional wickets for a reason, and that's because he puts the ball in the right place more often than not, which is going to limit the opportunities to score for Arish Buchake, but that's something for him to figure out, isn't it? He's going to have to find a way. They're not going to bowl you the one or two bad balls and over that you might get in second 11 cricket. You might get one or two bad balls every 3 overs. But you have to find a way. You have to find a way to keep that score ticking.
He's still young, though.
Oh, of course.
That is the most important thing. There's time. It's one of the most valuable commodities for any youngster. Years to hone that craft as a batting option. That one is driven by McManus. Only as far as the fielder. Sol Budinger is operating at cover point. Sheila Oliver is watching on from Zante. Again, another lovely location.
Beautifully bowled that. Just hanging in that channel is Ian Holland, trying to invite that exact shot that we've just seen from Lewis McManus, that indecision, not knowing whether to leave or whether to play. You end up with that shot where you just dangle the cricket back. Holland just searching for that outside edge. 3 catches alongside Ben Cox. No Wallace and Fortuna today, though.
No,
No.
no. The wait goes on.
One day.
One day.
I tell you what, if I ever get there, I'll make sure I tune into whatever game you're commentating on.
Please do. Please do. Say it's Dan watching on from Matautu. For those who don't know, that is the capital.
Why?
I
assumed it would be.
Honestly, though, you look at the pictures of there, it's in the Pacific. Absolutely spectacular. And this so far has been a decent start to the morning session for the Foxes. How can Holland close out the over? Oh, well, he gets McManus driving again. So that will be the end of the 11th. Northamptonshire 26 without loss. Also just a little bit of an update from Division 1 to give you at both ends of the table. So we'll start with the title race. Well, Hampshire, after a shaky start to day 2, have reconsolidated their position quite nicely. The home side 225 for 6 against Surrey, who were bowled out for 147. While we take a look at the updates here, I think we will have a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Indeed, we will. Be Logan van Beek to replace Chris Wright. As for the game between Durham and Yorkshire at Headingley, Durham have been bowled out for 346 runs. And in response, well, Yorkshire are 13 for 1. Finley Bean dismissed early doors by Ben Rain. He's got figures of 1 for 3 from 5 overs. Quintessential Ben Rain, that. Such a wily and canny operator, formerly of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. As for the game at Trent Bridge, well, it's the big one. And not to have lost 2 quick wickets. They are now 61 for 2. Michael Booth and Ethan Bamber dismissing Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, respectively. Here is Logan van Beek then to Buchake. And welcome to the game, Logan. I think that's the message sent by the 19-year-old. straight away goes for a little bit more of an expansive shot. As for the players out there, though, for Notts, as they chase that first title since 2010, the captain Hassi Bamid on 30. Joe Clark is on 2. Still have Jack Haynes, Carl Verena, Lyndon James and Liam Patton-White, along with the tail to come.
Oof, bit of extra bounce. An appeal from Logan van Beek. More in jest, but a bit of extra life, though, out of the surface for the Leicestershire all-rounder. Ben Cox joined in with the appeal, but there wasn't really much going for anybody else, was there? Certainly took Buchake by surprise. That bit of extra pace, bit of extra lift. Oh, and there we go again. Extra bounce. It was steep for Logan van Beek. Lewis McManus just coming down to have a conversation with Buchake, try and settle those nerves. Two catches still there on the leg side. One just in front of square, one at mid-wicket. 3 slips as well. Again, testing out the middle of the pitch.
Just one more update to give you from Division 1. At the game at New Road, Sussex 332 for 8 against Worcestershire.
Is that another John Simpson 100?
Potentially. Indeed it is, yep. 114 from 154 for the former Middlesex man. I mean, what a signing he has been. Just guarantees you so many dismissals, both against seam and spin. One of the most technically proficient keepers in the entire country. His run scoring as well. I think it goes massively under the radar. The fact that in his first season, he hit 4 figures, scored 1,000+ runs. Yeah, he's been a great acquisition for the Martlets.
Tempter for Van Beek to finish the over. Too wide in the end. Buchake did pull out of that shot at the final moment. 26-man loss after 12, Northamptonshire. Already got 25 minutes left on the clock. Although the umpires seem to have been quite punctual through the course of the game so far. So if we might be walking off a couple of minutes early. I know they use the clock that's just on the wall in front of us here, so it's kind of difficult, or it's incredibly difficult for us to be able to see the clock that they're actually running off. But each time one of the sessions has ended or started, you and I have both looked at one another a bit puzzled and bemused, thinking that every piece of information we have has still got a couple of minutes left on the clock. But Holland continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and McManus, who gets himself outside off stump, and covers that one up. Holland into his 7th over. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10 before this one. Maiden to start it for Logan van Beek. And Chris Wright, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. And you can just see the pressure there, can't you? 6 maidens have been bowled by Leicestershire in 12 overs. "16 maidens were bowled in the first innings from 108 overs. Just a shuffle down from McManus. Meets it on top of the bounce and crunches it through the offside for 4. What a beautiful cricket shot that was by the stand-in captain and opener. Takes the score up to 30 and drops that deficit down under 400 as well.
Impeccable, wasn't it, from McManus? It is interesting, actually, the fact that now he is shuffling down the wicket, just 1 or 2 steps to meet the pitch of that ball. It's a dialogue we had yesterday about modern county keepers standing up to the stumps. It's something which Ben Cox is more than capable of doing so. Will we see that ploy in action?
Good batting. Gets to the boundary, takes the single, gets down the non-striker's end. Finds the gap between those two fielders, Travaskis and Chris Wright, on the leg side. His score up to 20.
Just doing a little bit of maths with regards to the amount of overs left in the day's play. I think it's around about 72.3.
Yeah. Around about exactly.
Was it actually?
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. That was good maths from me. I've surprised myself. So not a bad over rate then for the morning session. Of course, you do lose 2 overs with the innings changeover, which we saw a little bit earlier on. Leicestershire having been dismissed for 429.
Just plays the line as the ball shapes away from the outside edge. Charkey to finish the over. 13 overs have been bowled in the innings. Score is 31 for no loss. Other options for Ian Holland will be, of course, Josh Hull be available. I suspect we'll see him sooner rather than later. Whether Ian Holland goes into 8 or 9 overs in this spell or not, I'm not sure, but another option of Liam Travaskis,
who is warming up. Seen that.
And it did turn as well, didn't it? There was turn on offer for Rob Keogh.
Well, it was that dismissal, wasn't it, of Ben Cox? Proper off-spinner's wicket, that.
Overpitched and driven down the ground by McManus. Jogs after it as it races up the hill towards the members. It's another boundary for McManus. Moves to 24. His 5th boundary of the innings. Do you think it'll be a longer spell for Travaskis, or do you think it'll be the customary 1 over before lunch?
I think it'll be longer, to be honest. I don't think there's any real danger in not giving him a few overs before lunch. The fact is, we saw Northamptonshire go to the likes of Nirvan Ramesh, Rob Keogh, Saib had a couple as well, didn't he, in that morning session. So, personally, and this isn't just because I'm a spin bowler myself, I'd give him a few overs. There's no point just giving him 1 on the stroke of lunch. If you're going to bowl Travaskis, if he's going through such vigorous warm-ups, you may as well utilise him.
When you say spin bowler,
I can actually turn it.
Okay,
yeah.
Fantastic.
It's just very slow.
No, I was just checking. That's fine. Oh, that wasn't far away. Genuine outside edge. It was played to be going down, but it would have carried, or it was in the air as it went past Johnny Tattersall. Wide of the man at 3rd slip, so safe, but brought about a bit of excitement from the Leicestershire fielders. No, I was just checking. I was just checking.
No, that is one thing that I actually can do. Very pedestrian off spin, but it does turn.
All counts.
Exactly. But no, it is definitely my favourite aspect of the game. I love spin bowling. There's so much that goes into it.
Oh, that's a beauty from Van Beek. One that he thought he's actually he's nicked off Bucharque there. Nobody else was interested at all. I mean, the body language didn't convince me that Logan Van Beek had picked up the wicket of Arish Bucharque there, but whether he felt it was a formality, it was that obvious of a nick, or was waiting to see if anybody else wanted to appeal with him, and was left with absolute donuts, wasn't he, from his teammates behind the stumps. Also good pace though, doesn't he? Really challenging Bucharque. I think he'll be enjoying this battle.
He's another one as well who, off the field, Logan Van Beek is an absolute delight. He's just got so much vibrance, character, energy. Also played youth basketball in New Zealand. He was a point guard, was Logan van Beek. Then decided to turn his hand to cricket and become professional. Of course, that predominantly in New Zealand itself, and then in recent years, he's gone on to represent the Netherlands to a very high standard, might I just add, in those 33 ODIs and 31 T20 internationals. And when you listen to the interviews that he's had in the media this year, whether that's been local or national, with regards to his time at Leicestershire, he couldn't be more glowing in his compliments and his thoughts about the county.
Oh, it's not carried. Genuine outside edge. Buchake, well bowled is the cry from Ben Cox. Just raced along the floor, didn't it, to Rishi Patel, who stopped it well. And just highlights the nature of this wicket. A little bit too paced. Just had a couple that have really bounced up. That one keeping a little bit low and getting the outside edge, which didn't carry to Rishi Patel at first slip. We are going to get a change as well from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Ian Holland, the captain, will end his spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15 for Leicestershire's leading wicket taker and all-rounder. And it'll be Josh Hull to replace the captain, the England fast bowler. A couple of those test matches. Has all the ingredients, doesn't he, to be that or one of those England fast bowlers in Test cricket. Tall, quick, bowls with good pace. Short leg is in straight away. 2 slips now though with Lewis McManus on strike, and it is short and it's pulled away. It's a cry of catch down to the man at fine leg who reads it and does catch it in the end. I thought for a second, I think it's Chris Wright down there, isn't it? Had made a bit of a howler of that. He'd run underneath it, steadied himself, got himself back into position and takes the catch. So the change of bowlings works. Everything I've just said about the ingredients for Josh Hull has come together. He's quick, he's bouncy. Short ball to McManus, who was invited to hook, did hook, but picked the man out at fine leg and is gone, and Leicestershire have their breakthrough.
Yeah, that is a stereotypical Josh Hall dismissal, isn't it? You mentioned there, he's so tall, 6'7" in height, has that very high release point, extracts plenty of extra carry and bounce off any surface. And in the end, that was the pressure release, wasn't it? McManus's eyes just lighting up there, wanting to take the aggressive option against the short ball. And in the end, well, it goes to the man at a long leg. So that is the first wicket to fall here for the home side. Northamptonshire 36 for 1. And Josh Hull, what a start that is. 1 delivery bowled, 1 wicket already to his name. It's a big wicket as well. When you think of the experienced players in this Northamptonshire batting unit, we'll see another one in at number 3 in the shape of Rob Keogh. But you've got a 22-year-old James Sales. Fair enough, you've got Safe Zabe and Justin Broad. Zabe especially, a lot more experienced in first-class cricket. And you've got the debutant Stuart van der Merwe, George Bartlett, and the tail. So that is a pretty big wicket for Leicestershire to pick up in the morning session. For those who don't know as well, Josh Hull started his club cricket journey in Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and the pathway, I believe, at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club as well.
Correct, yeah, played for Oundle Town in the county. Predominantly on the Leicestershire pathway, though. I think Leicestershire can definitely claim him.
Oh, absolutely right.
After all of the work that they put in terms of developing him and honing his skills, also comes from fine cricketing stock. So it's his great uncle on his mum's side played for Worcestershire, a player by the name of Grenville Wilson.
Oh, I know him well. Swing on offer there as well. Keogh looking for a single, sends Buchage back. That's another issue for Arish Buchake to deal with, isn't he? He's going to be batting for the first time with a bunch of batters that he hasn't done so before. He's going to have to learn and read their body languages, their movements. They're not going to be able to take the single on the nod, are they, so to speak? They are going to have to communicate with one another. Catches in on the leg side. There's a man, leg gully, a short leg. Lewis Hill is there at catching mid-wicket as well. Oh, and it's just evades that man at leg slip. Keogh off the mark, tucks it off the hip, and it runs down for 4 behind the wicket.
Well, he was almost brought into the game straight away. There's a nice little bit of field placement that just evades the grasp of the right hand. In the end, Keogh does survive, so Northamptonshire 40 for 1.
Oh, I must apologise. It's Logan Van Beek was under that catch at fine leg. It wasn't Chris Wright, who obviously would have got into the perfect position to have taken the catch. But Van Beek adjusted well in the end, didn't he? He just misread it as it left Lewis McManus's cricket bat. Oh, that one again, the other side of Liam Travaskis at leg gully. Keogh back-to-back boundaries. Always the trade-off, isn't it, with a strike bowler? Take the wickets, but susceptible to leak a couple of boundaries here and there.
As a fellow strike bowler, can definitely echo that sentiment. No, I definitely can't. But no, that is the trade-off, isn't it? Especially when you do have that extra degree of pace. That extra velocity does allow the ball to zip away to the boundary rope. I don't mind this from Josh Hull, because yes, it's an expensive over with those 2 boundaries, but the moral victory does go to the bowler.
Yeah.
Because they're 2, especially the first one, I mean, that was mere millimetres away from being a potential catching opportunity for Travaskis. And he's got the wicket of the Northants captain, so I don't think Ian Hollands and the Leicestershire players will be too disappointed, even if this final ball goes for some runs.
And it doesn't. Defended into the offside. Successful over for Josh Hull and Leicestershire. They have their first of the day. It's Lewis McManus who's been dismissed. The captain gone for 25. Caught at fine leg attempting to play the hook off Josh Hull. It's 44 for 1 after 15 overs. Buchake is 11 not out. He's faced 47 deliveries for those 11. And then Keogh, the new man, in at number 3 this week with 2 boundaries to his name already.
I'm just looking at the game down in Canterbury, Dan. I think we've had a little bit of history. Indeed we have, between Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees. They've just put on the highest ever 3rd wicket partnership for Derbyshire.
That season for Kent, they demolished Northamptonshire here, first game of the season. Keith Dudgeon was on absolute fire that day. Picked up an injury, wasn't able to play another game of first-class cricket for Kent, and their season has gone from absolute brilliance to bad and to worse, isn't it? Derbyshire have piled on at Canterbury for the final game of the season. Nicely played. Extra pace, off the back foot. Buchake guided backward of point, runs away for 4, moves to 15. And I think along with a lot, would be quite surprised that Kent have struggled the way that they have this year.
No, I think that's completely fair. I mean, they are a side who are in desperate need of some seam bowlers. In terms of seam bowling averages, I think they've had the worst in red ball cricket in the entire country for the past 3 seasons in a row. So it is difficult, though, because Canterbury can be very flat, and I imagine this one will have been a batting paradise as well. But just to give you the numbers behind that partnership of Madsen and Rees. 358 runs The previous record was 316. So they've smashed it by 42 runs. Fair play to them. Madsen has since been dismissed. Lewis Rees currently on 206 not out.
How are the other games going on around the circuit, Aaron? If you've got time to give a quick run through before we get close to that lunch break. It's about 5 minutes away now here at Wantage Road.
Well, I most definitely can. We'll start in Division 2, where Lancashire are 159 for 2 in response to Glamorgan's 265. Van Beek there will have to restart in his run-up. Of course, in the other game taking place in the second division, Middlesex 508 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Former Derbyshire man Leicestershire deploy on 213 not outs from 303 deliveries. That is some going. And that is some delivery from Logan Van Beek, testing the outside edge of Arish Bucharke's bats. For those who don't know as well, Leicester's brother is also a cricketer, Zemus deploy. So he plays in the Nottinghamshire Prem, also Hungarian international. I imagine the deploy family will be absolutely delighted come the end of today's play. As for the Division 1 games, well, Somerset have just been bowled out for 433 runs by Essex in Chelmsford. Van Beek finishes the over with a dot ball. Northamptonshire 48 for 1 after 16. I was just about to say Hampshire were 8 wickets down at the Utility Bowl. Make that 9. Ralphie Alberts on debut, 17 years of age. The grandson of former snooker player Jimmy White. He's got 2 for 6. And how apt is that, by the way? You've got a snooker player's grandson making their debut, and Surrey bowled out for 147.
Poetic.
Poetic.
It is poetic.
Sporting magic, that. With regards to the coincidence, as Hull bowls here to Keogh. Drives that down to deep third for 1. As for the other game in the title race, Nottinghamshire had a little bit of a wobble, but they are now 84 for 2, knowing that if they reach 300 within those opening 110 overs, they will be crowned as the victors of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Sussex have just been bowled out for 350 at New Road. John Simpson and Red Inca on 129. I'm going to say that would be impressive out of 350. And finally, Yorkshire 24 for 1 in response to Durham's 3-4-6 all-outs.
Josh Hull continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bucharke on strike. Gave away that single first ball of the over, but I don't think Leicestershire will be too upset given the opportunity to have a bowl at Bucharke before the lunch break. Two slips in place. Short leg. Just behind square on the leg side as well. And that is dropped into the offside. Bucharke moves to 16 and brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire as well. 50 for 1 of 16 and a half overs. And a gentle round of applause from those in the ground. Again, you look around and bathed in sunshine, there's a fair few, if not the majority of spectators out there look like they're dressed for winter. Long trousers, long coats, woolly hats, sunglasses on though, so that's a positive. Good sharp work at short leg. Nearly caught Rob Keogh taking a wander. Sol Buttinger there under the lid. Unsurprising, full of energy, full of beans.
He is, isn't he?
Sol Buttinger.
He really is. Busting out a couple of dance moves there at the end. Always think you need characters like that, though, just to provide a little bit of energy, especially towards the end of this session.
Nicely played. On top of the bounce, trying to work it through the offside. Can't get it past that man at point. Leicestershire will be keen to take another one with them, won't they? They've got one in this morning's session. That of Lewis McManus was dismissed for 25. The first ball bowled by Josh Hull here at Wantage Road. Can they take one more? May well even be the final two deliveries of the morning. I wouldn't bother looking at your clock. It's not worked either so far through the course of the game, has it? But as it is, Keogh drops it into the offside. Call of one. I think it will just be one. No, it won't. They will come back for a second. Good running between Charke and Keogh. That is the end of the over. And I think that is the end of the session as well. Good indicator when the wicketkeeper starts walking in the other direction, isn't it? So that is lunch on day 2 here at Wantage Road. The game between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire all out this morning. Eventually for 429. It was Eskenazi dismissed for 155. And Northamptonshire trail by 379. 377, apologies, with 9 wickets remaining. 52 for 1 at the lunch break. So we will take a break and we'll see you at approximately 1:10 as the afternoon session begins.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we are almost ready to get underway in the afternoon session here on day 2. With Logan van Beek from the David Capel end, bowling up first to the debutant, Arus Bucharque. That first one very full, Yorker length delivery, dug out into the covers for no run. For those who are maybe just tuning into the coverage, after the lunch break, Northamptonshire find themselves 52 for 1. They trail Leicestershire by 377 runs, with 9 wickets still remaining in the shed. Bucharque is on 16, Rob Keogh on 11. As that bump ball goes into the awaiting palms of Sol Budinger. He's been very active across fielding positions. Been operating at short square leg and point, backward point. Always a very dynamic character in the field. Van Beek testing Bucharque there. The slightly shorter length delivery. And that will be the first run of the afternoon here in Northampton. Comes off the bat of Arus Bucharque. Moves Northamptonshire on to 53 for 1. Moves the 19-year-old on to 17 runs. Really is a wonderful moment, this, for the former Leicestershire Academy product, making his professional debut in this game. Saw out that morning session rather admirably. As Keogh sees that one perfectly. He's ran the first one hard. I don't think there was any doubt about the outcome of that one. Flies out towards deep forward mid-wicket. And that will be a boundary for the ever-reliable Northamptonshire all-rounder. Moves the home side on to 57 for 1 now, with one more delivery remaining in this, the 18th over of the innings. Just looking at the warm-up there of Josh Hull, we imagine it will be him who comes on to bowl next, as Van Beek. Slight half shout there for LBW against Keogh. Looked high from our position here in the commentary box, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So Northamptonshire 57 for 1 after 18. And right on cue, it will be Josh Hull to resume his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Had the 2 overs before lunch. Figures of 1 for 12 from those 2. First one went for 10, second one went for 2 runs. Got the big wicket of the Northamptonshire captain, Lewis McManus. 25 from 38. Caught in the end by Logan van Beek at long leg. Bucharque leans into that one, just evades the dive of the fielder. Johnny Tattersall it is in at backward point. In the end, one more run to add to the tally. Northamptonshire looks to eat into this deficit. Still stands at 371 runs. Keogh leaves that one online. Of course, do let us know as well, for those of you tuning in via the YouTube live stream, where you're watching along from. Had Pete and Lorraine tuning in from Cape Verde. Sao from Birmingham. Rob from Leicester. Sheila tuning in from Zante. Let us know where you are enjoying the county championship from on this increasingly sunny Thursday afternoon. Just looking at the forecast, seems to be around about 18 degrees in Northampton at the minute. We have got a prime vantage point of the action here in the commentary box. Feels lovely and sunny. Certainly not the kind of weather that we're accustomed to at this stage of the calendar year. But we are very, very grateful for it indeed. As Keogh rocks onto the back foot. And the late cuts, just guides it down towards Chris Wright. A man making his 414th professional appearance. He's on 597 wickets in first-class cricket. And in terms of overall professional stats, he's on 799. Just one shy of the 800 mark. Latest delivery, just held back there by Josh Hull. Happy to keep Bachake on his toes. Got Budinger under the lid at short leg. Got a fielder at forward square. Lewis Hill, the former Foxes captain, operating at a wide-ish mid-on. Van Beek down at long leg. Bachake attempts the drop and run, but to no avail. Will be a dot ball to round out the 19th over. Northamptonshire 59 for 1. So Logan Van Beek it is, with the ball in hand from the David Capel end. Leicestershire looking for a couple of early breakthroughs in the opening exchanges of this afternoon session. That's well played by Rob Keogh. Just rises with the bounce. Gets a decent connection off the bat down towards Josh Hull at deep fine leg. Moves Northamptonshire on to 60 for 1. And I like what I'm seeing from Rob Keogh here. He is by far the more experienced veteran figure in this partnership. Just making sure that the communication is crystal clear between both himself and the debutant Bachake. 3 slips await in the cordon. That one is down the leg side. Chipped over the top by Bachake, and that'll be 4 runs down towards the groundsman shed. It's another very aesthetically pleasing shot from the 19-year-old. Now moves on to 22 runs. He's been waiting all season long, has Arish Bachake. Seen him on numerous occasions as a substitute fielder this season. Now getting his opportunity, one which he would have dreamed about for many, many a year. And I know that his family and everybody at Kibworth Cricket Club will be absolutely delighted for him. So very hard-working young man. And so far, He's risen to the challenge of this Foxes bowling attack. 4 bowlers who offer very different skill sets in Josh Hall, Logan van Beek, Chris Wright and Ian Holland. Yet to see a little bit of Liam Travaskis with the left arm finger spin as well. Van Beek just taking his time to get back to the mark. A few more supporters have come through the gates at lunch. The Spencer Lounge is quite heavily populated today. Whilst that one is a genuine edge from Bacharke, bisects the gap between Ben Cox and Rishi Patel. And that will be 4 more runs for the debutant. Northamptonshire move on to 68 for 1. Bacharke has 26 of those. And there is that dialogue being had between the experienced Keogh and the Northamptonshire newcomer. It's always a very difficult challenge opening the batting, especially against one of the finest attacks in the entire division. How does Van Beek respond after that one? It's a nice riposte. Dot ball to finish over number 20. Northamptonshire 68 for 1 in response to Leicestershire's quite sizable 429 all-outs. Stevie Eskenazi, of course, being the main man as far as that innings is concerned. Produced a quite masterful 155 from 240 deliveries, included 19 fours and 2 sixes. Also some apt contributions from the 2 openers, Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, scoring 44 runs apiece. And Johnny Tattersall chipping in with 47 from 78. As Keogh attempts to carve that one away. And that almost was the story of the Foxes innings. It was that early partnership for 70 runs between Budinger and Patel. Had a little bit of a wobble towards lunch at 110 for 4. But then a 98-run partnership between Tattersall and Eskenazi. 44 runs between Cox and the former Middlesex man. And of course, Travaskis and Eskenazi combining for 76. Keogh controls that pull shot very nicely. Will be another single. Still plenty of work to be done though for the home side. Stan Gray logged in from sunny Hobart, supporting Leicestershire. Great to have your company, Dan. Yorkshire Lad TV, chairman of the Johnny Tats Appreciation Society, checking in from Seoul Airport. Great to hear that. It's a nice follow-up delivery from Josh Hull. And Anna Malcolm-Starr tuning in from sunny Norfolk. Wow, Leicestershire supporters will be here for days 3 and 4. Well, Anna Malcolm, we look forward to having your company in person here at Wantage Road. For those who are interested in coming down, tickets are still available both online and on the gate. So if you're of a Northamptonshire or a Leicestershire persuasion, we'd love to have you in the ground. Imagine there'll be quite a few of the Foxes faithful heading into days 3 and 4. Bacharke plays and misses on the drive. Would be nice to see plenty of support. The final days of the County Championship. Myself and Dan here on commentary have said it throughout the game so far. It just feels like 5 minutes ago since we were here in April discussing our thoughts and our excitement for the season ahead. Here we are, sadly less than 72 hours to go until the culmination. Now, both of these sides would love to finish on a positive. Leicestershire having already wrapped up the division, promoted back to the promised land of the First Division. Then, of course, Northamptonshire. It's been a disappointing and an underwhelming campaign. I think both players, coaches, and fans can agree with these youngsters. Hopefully, there's plenty to build on heading into the future. And one of those youngsters is standing up to the test quite well here. Arish Bachake defends that final delivery of over number 21. Northamptonshire 69 for 1 with the 19-year-old on 26. Tony watching on from Ontario. Lovely to hear that, Tony. It's a place I've never been to, personally speaking, but as someone who does a lot of ice hockey commentary, know many a person from that neck of the woods in Canada. Great to have your company. And of course, you as well, Celeste, watching on from Cape Town. It's Logan van Beek. Ball's here to Rob Keogh, and that is a shot pulled straight out of the top drawer from the experienced Northamptonshire all-rounder. Just leans into the shots, picks his gap very fluently indeed, and hurtles away for 4 runs. Exquisite stroke play, that's from the Northants number 3. Hosts now 73 for 1, eating into that deficit. That's smart batting from Keogh. Drops it into the gap, out towards backward square leg. A nice, clear, assertive call of no to Bachake. Just wrestling back a little bit of control here is Logan van Beek. It's the most expensive of the Leicestershire seamers. Still going at around about 5 runs and over compared to Chris Wright and Josh Hull, who are lurking just above 3 runs per over. And Ian Holland, I mean, what an opening spell that was. None for 15 from his 7. Included 3 maiden overs, a very shrewd economy rate of 2.14. Really set the tone. That's another perler of a ball from Van Beek. Keogh straight away just goes over to the youngster. Just reassure him. I like to see this from Rob Keogh. There is a reason why he's earned that nickname of Mr. Northamptonshire. He knows exactly what that's like. Bake pulls out of that one. We'll have to re-bowl. I think many a fan of this great club as well are absolutely delighted by the fact that Rob is staying for at least another season. Recently signed that extension until the end of the 2026 campaign. Got a big role to play in this fixture as well. But Sharkey rifles that one away. Was half stopped for a split second. But in the end, that is 4 more runs off the bats of the 19-year-old opener. Moves him on to 30. Northamptonshire now 78 for 1. You can just see the more deliveries that he faces, the more comfortable, the more assured he becomes. He's got a point to prove as Average Bucharke. Hasn't had the second 11 campaign that he would have hoped for. Had a high score of 35 against the Yorkshire Twos up at Wheatwood playing fields. But he's got a golden opportunity here to put his name in the mix for next season. It's always great as well to see these homegrown players coming up through the ranks. Whether that's at Northamptonshire, Leicestershire, Sussex, Derbyshire, Middlesex, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, wherever. Always great to see these academy lads and the youngsters getting these chances to prove their worth in the first 11. So that one is short and whisked away in front of square by Keogh. Should just be a single out towards Liam Travaskis. Indeed it is. This is the beauty of first-class cricket, all of these different narratives that evolve over the course of 4 days of action. Seeing 2 debutants for Northamptonshire, as well as the curtain closing on an impeccable professional career for Chris Wright. But Sharkey just squeezes that beyond the dive of Tattersall at backward point. That will be another single. Northamptonshire 79 for 1. Trail by exactly, 80 for 1 now. Trail by 349. That one a full toss from Hull. Driven back to the bowler for no run. So 1 more delivery remains in the 23rd over. Northants look to bat out the remainder of day 2. Still plenty of overs remaining though. Even after this one, 62 still left to be played. Keogh thinks about taking the drop and run in towards very short extra cover. Wisely turns it down. The home side will stay. A score of 80 for 1. We have also got an update from the First Division, where Hampshire have been bowled out for 248 runs within the space of 79.4 overs. So Surrey have got those bowling bonus points. They still trail by 96 runs overall. And they know they have got to win and hope that Nottinghamshire do not score more than 300. Although at this stage, the East Midlands side going very nicely on 112 for 2 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. As Ian Holland, the Leicestershire skipper, has ball in hand. Really had it on a string early doors. He'll be hoping get a quick breakthrough here in the afternoon. That one is aerial, it's uppish, just evades the fielder, lurking there at points. And also evades the sprint there of Lewis Hill. Arish Bachake moves on to 35 runs. Nice shot that's from the young opener. Just brings Budinger back to a more traditional backward point position after that. And it really is funny, isn't it, how cricket goes sometimes. It's been a pretty lean second 11 season for Arish Bachake. Only featured in the 3 matches in the second 11 county championship for 117 runs at 29.25. Here he is now, facing off against Ian Holland. Edged and taken at first slip by Rishi Patel. It's an excellent catch from the Leicestershire opener. And after a superb spell of bowling this morning from Ian Holland, he gets his just reward with the wickets of the debutant Arish Bachake, who goes for a well-made 35. Northamptonshire now 84 for 2 in the 24th over. And that did have an air of inevitability about Ian Holland. He really has worked his magic here at the county ground. That is a fine catch as well from Rishi Patel. Anticipated it well in the dive nice and early. And that's great to see as well. The Northamptonshire faithful richly applauding Arish Bachake for a fine 35. He's done his job of seeing off the shine of the new ball. But that is still a rather hefty deficit for the Tudor Rose to make up. Stands at 345 runs. As for the first time in this game, this is a lovely surprise. Alongside me, as was the case in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome back Dan Ballaston.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be back in the commentary box. A variety of Dans you're talking with throughout the match. My first stint. Yeah, it's good to be in the box. It's been a fascinating afternoon poised, I reckon.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, that's a big wicket for Leicestershire. It was a frustrating partnership, wasn't it, between Bachake and Keogh. The former has now departed, and on in his place will be James Sales, man who, in this fixture last season, scored 135. How Northants would love a similar display today. He starts off by pushing that into the covers for no run. From the action that you've seen so far, Dan, what have you made of day 2? It's been pretty even, hasn't it, considering that Leicestershire were 392 for 7 Stumps on day 1.
Yeah, I think with Stephen Eskenazi still there overnight, I think some of the Northamptonshire faithful and players would have feared the worst, but they first 40 minutes bowled out Leicestershire, which I thought was a really good recovery. And of course, we'll have to wait and see how they go with the bat in the next hour or so to know whether they'll really make a dent on Leicestershire's total, which is a pretty good one on what looks like a decent pitch. But I think Rob Keogh, while he's there, they'll be confident that they can bat the time. James Sales as well. They've got a couple of players with a bit more experience out there. But I think today's been even. Leicestershire definitely had the share of yesterday. But I think currently, day 2 been fairly even so far.
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree with that. It's a big session, though, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Don't want to be 4 or 5 wickets down.
Yeah, I think these are the sessions where the game is won and lost. Northamptonshire are 6-7 down at tea with a minor collapse. You're facing a really uphill battle, but these two can just bide a bit of time, put some overs in the legs of the Leicestershire bowlers. There's runs to score, as we've clearly seen on this pitch as well.
Oh, that one down the leg side and clipped away rather stylishly by James Sales. Gets him off the mark, and Northamptonshire now 87 for 2. Just another update from Division 1. In the relegation battle, Yorkshire 68 for 1 in reply to Durham's 346 all-outs. The White Rose still trail by 278 runs. And, well, as for a game in Division 2, it's been a little bit of a collapse for Derbyshire. From 516 for 3, well, they're now 598 for 5, which comparatively is a collapse. But, yeah, we saw a record 358-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees, who eventually has departed for 211.
Missed out, I think some would argue. It's a mammoth partnership, that.
Huge. Two very high-quality players as well.
And just a word on Arish Bashaki, of course, his dismissal as I entered the commentary box. Didn't get the chance to narrate on his performance today. I thought he looked increasingly confident as the innings went on. I think he'll be disappointed to fall short of any milestone, but a couple of nice shots. I thought it was a promising start against a good bowling attack, I thought.
Oh, 100%. Well, that one is short and wide and tonked away for 4 through points. Easy pickings that in the end for James Sales. Now moves him on to 7 and the score 91 for 2.
It's the sort of ball you're after when you're starting an innings. Really just settle any nerves that are out there for James Sales. Still played it really nicely. I thought they were up on his toes. Put it away with confidence.
It's a better length, that, from Josh Hull. Just to go back to our point about Arish Bashaki, the number breakdown on it, 35 from 79 deliveries, included 6 boundaries. And I know there were a couple of edges in there, but the authoritative shots were beautiful. They were well played. Some nice drives, some nice clips through mid-wicket. There's a player there.
Definitely. I thought he leant into the ball really well on a couple of occasions. It was a naturally nervous starter, but there is a real player there. He's come into a good standard of cricket for his first game. And I think if you were in the stands today, ignorant to the fact it was his debut, I don't think you'd look at him and think they brought in an academy prospect, for the last game of the season. I thought he looked at home, and with more innings, more runs, a bit more confidence, I think he can really grow. He'll probably be a bit gutted. It's the end of the season now after a decent stab, of course, today. So, but something to build on, I reckon, for him. Yeah,
Most definitely is. Facing off against Hull is another man who would love to finish his season on a positive note. James Sales it is. 2 slips in the cordon. Operating really as 2nd and 3rd, as that one just evades the effort of Eskenazi. Will be another single to add to the tally. I've already seen James Sales get 92 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, 70 against Gloucestershire. And, well, the pick of the bunch, that century against Middlesex, 108 runs on that occasion. He's just a wonderful player to watch, isn't he, James Sales?
Yeah, I was there for that Middlesex game actually when he scored that fantastic century. The word I'd use was the tempo he batted at that day. Just never let any bowler settle. Scoreboard was ticking like the best players make it do. Yeah, he's got so much potential. Can see the way he conducts himself, the way he comes out to bat. Is a player who believes in his own ability. And I love the way he just ticks it over. He's nearly at double figures already. He's only really played one shot in anger. Just keeps it ticking over. But also, I think just the 2 centuries across formats this year, he'll be looking at trying to build and get some really big scores, I think, in 2026. He's established himself now. And I think now is a chance for him to really put his name in the hat in this Northamptonshire side.
I think that's a great point. And when you speak of an innings like that, one player immediately comes to mind, and this isn't a direct comparison, but a player who you look up, they're on 5. You look down, look up again, and they're on 50 is Joe Root. It's a Joe Root innings, isn't it? Someone who just ticks it over. It's Holland bowling here to Keogh.
Yeah, the name was in my head as I was describing it. I think Joe Root was in my head, and I thought, first 5 minutes on commentary, do I want to compare James Sales to Joe Root? But you've done it for me, Aaron. Would agree. It was that sort of innings before he really got going. He already had a start, and they're the best sort of innings.
Nice defensive shot that from Rob Keogh. Signal advantage is watching on from Marbella. It's a Foxes fan, hoping to finish off the season in style. And I asked this question the other day, actually, to Michael McCann it was during the Glamorgan game, but I'll pose the question to yourself, Dan. Where would you say has been the coolest place you've ever watched a game of cricket from?
Oh, it's an excellent question, Aaron. One I wish I'd had 10 minutes to prepare for you, so I could really think of a good answer. I think
we've got time.
Yeah, well, we certainly do.
We can come back to it.
Absolutely. I've been through phases of following Test match special and various county matches when I used to go on holiday in France. So I've had some quite nice views following it from there. I'm sure there's a bit more of an exciting answer for you if I can think of one in a couple of overs' time, maybe.
Keogh can't quite get that away on the onside. The breeze just picks up here at Wantage Road. Yeah, do let us know if there's been any like really unique places where you've either listened to cricket or watched a game of cricket from. I mean, personally, I'm not that well travelled. So the furthest afar that I've travelled is the Canary Islands. Keogh drops that away out towards backward square leg. Should be 2 runs. I mean, these two know each other very well. Sales and Keogh batted together on many an occasion across formats.
I did spend a bit of time narrating and describing cricket to some Greek natives this summer, actually, over in Rhodes, while the final test of the England-India series was on. That fantastic series. Was watching in a bar in Rhodes and was describing cricket to some Greeks. So there's some form of answer for you, Aaron. That was quite cool. And listening on a boat in the middle of the sea as well. So there's a couple of answers for you. Couple of answers there.
See, that's the one. Which sea was it? Was that the Med?
It was actually.
Oh.
Yes, good call.
Lucky.
Test match special on in the sea. It's quite a surreal experience.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? The coverage that we get nowadays, we really are privileged and blessed to have that level of coverage, both radio and live stream. As I believe we'll see Chris Wright coming on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Indeed we will. The man making his final professional appearance today. Well, we say today, over the course of this game.
Thought it was a lovely touch. The guard of honour formed as he came out to bat. Thought it was a nice moment.
He's earned it, though. That's the one thing that I'll say about Chris Wright. He has earned that respect and adoration from his peers. Here he is bowling to James Sales. Bowls that first delivery wide outside the off stump. Had a decent start earlier. None for 16 from his 5 overs. included 2 maidens. It's going to be so strange seeing a Leicestershire side without Chris Wright. Any side, really, without Chris Wright appearing. Saw him for years at Warwickshire and at Essex and Middlesex before that.
Yeah, it's nice to see him go out bowling a typically tidy spell, actually, isn't it? He's hit his lines and lengths early. Today, he'll be hoping for that wicket as well, won't he? I remember there was a milestone you mentioned earlier today. A couple of them, really. First class and all format wickets that you were discussing earlier.
Well, he's 1 away from 800 across formats. Is Chris Wright? Will this be the delivery in which he gets it? It won't be on that occasion. 2 wide outside the off stump. Yeah, he's on 597 first-class wickets. I think it was touched upon in the YouTube stream earlier as well. The reason why 3 wickets is the important one. It wasn't that long ago when he took his 500th. That was in 2021. There's a lovely presentation for that as well. Always a big milestone. As it's chopped on, and Chris Wright has got wicket number 800 of his professional career. And number 598 in the first-class formats. James Sales, the victim, chopping onto his stumps. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall for Northamptonshire. Home side 95 for 3 in the 27th over. And that is well-deserved for Chris Wright.
Well, we were literally just discussing it, weren't we? How, who, and where he was going to take the all-important wicket. Just a bit too close to cut, it seemed. Chops onto his stumps, James Sales. And he's bowled a good line since he's come back into the attack, Chris Wright, and deserves that wicket early doors. And now Northamptonshire, who have been in this position a few times this year now, in a bit of a crossroads, really. Still quite a long way behind the game, but 3 wickets down. How do you go about making sure you're still in the game by 2? I think that's the question now. Losing a James Sales, Rob Keogh's still there. But I think this moment belongs to Chris Wright. I think it's fair to say. Excellent longevity, excellent delivery there. And 800 wickets. I mean, it's an astounding number, isn't it?
It is. It sounds astonishing, even saying it, formulating it with your mouth. It's 800. 800 is an awful lot of wickets. And it's been a long time coming, of course. He made his first-class debut back in 2004. Not sure if many people know the fact that Wrighty did attend Cambridge University. He's a very clever individual. Great character as well. But he was doing sports science, I believe. So he's playing for the Cambridge UCCE, or MCCU, as it later became. He made his debut against Essex. His first wicket was Ronnie Irani of Essex. And at that time, he was on the Middlesex Academy. Unsurprisingly, after getting a wicket like that, the Saxes offered him a contract. And then from there, he went on to play for Essex. And I think the majority of people know him from his time at Warwickshire, especially 2012, took 62 wickets. Provided one of the most memorable finishes to a game we've ever seen at New Road alongside Keith Barker. Here he is to the newcomer, Safe Saib, who he himself has had an amazing summer.
Absolutely incredible. I was about to say, it's a good matchup and an excellent delivery first up to Safe Saib, but just a word on him. Absolutely fantastic this season. It's 6 centuries he's hit in the county championship, which is, I think he needs twin centuries to equal rather the most amount of centuries scored for Northamptonshire in a season. But he has just been so reliable in that middle order. Positive batter. And across all formats, really, he's played some excellent hands in the T20. Of course, got call up to the 100 as well, but it's been in the longer format where he's really made his mark this year. You almost expect it when he comes out to bat now, don't you? That he'll raise the bat within the first hour or so and keep batting on, and then the helmet will be off later on in the day, it's become such a norm for Northamptonshire. Has played some special innings and some important ones as well. They've not just been in sort of dead rubber affairs. He's played some really important hands as well this season.
Most definitely has. That's nice to hear that. Chris Wright getting some applause on his way back to the boundary. Fielding to our left here in the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's Holland here against Rob Keogh, and this is something myself and Dan Jadzovic spoke about earlier. We saw McManus just taking a couple of steps outside the crease, and that has brought about the presence of Ben Cox standing up to the stumps. 2 slips in play in the form of Rishi Patel and Stevie Eskenazi. I like that, though. I think it's a good tactic against Rob Keogh.
Yeah, it's a different challenge for a batter, just having that presence directly behind you. You feel slightly more cramped and a bit more rigid in your foot movements because you're just so aware of that back foot needing to be in the crease. And so, yeah, I think it's a wise ploy. And I think this now is a crucial partnership, isn't it? I think this now, it's quite an obvious thing to say, but with Keogh and Zabe, you've got experience, runs, form in safe Zabe. Keogh's got to start today. These two can just slow the Leicestershire momentum down slightly. You feel Northamptonshire can stay in the game, but you rely on these two on this sort of pitch.
Well, Keogh has to crouch down in defence there. Just to break down the numbers of safe Zabe summer as well. Well, it has just been remarkable. He is the leading run scorer in the 2nd division with 1,305 runs at an average of 65.25. Includes 6 centuries and 5 50s to boot. He's been unbelievable. As Holland continues to test Keogh's defences. 1 more delivery remains in the 28th over. But you just look at the scores as well. And this is in chronological order. So 116 against Lancs, 105 against Derbyshire, 50 at Lancashire. Well, 50 against Lancashire here at Wantage Road, 71 at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan. Spirals away, and that will be a dot ball to finish. Northamptonshire 95 for 3. Scores of 159 and 56 against Gloucestershire, 102 against Middlesex. The pick of the bunch, 196 against Kent in Canterbury. And scored 82 in the away fixture against Middlesex. 145 against Glamorgan 2 rounds ago. And even last week in Bristol, scored 76. I mean, we are running out of superlatives for safe Zabe.
Yeah, you put it fantastically. You really are. And it's the consistency, and I think it's the big thing. When he gets the 3 figures, he tends to go fairly big as well. 196 against Kent. That was an extraordinary match against Kent that really deserved a winner. I thought that game against Kent. Northamptonshire's efforts, particularly on that final day, with Yuzi Chahal bowling so well, after they'd batted fantastically, they really deserved a result in that game. But Zabe's 196, of course, the highlight of that. And I'd say last week as well, tough week against Gloucestershire. A tough few days with the finals day going the way it went. For him to still get his head down and get a score of sorts. But he's certainly having to face some impressive bowling so far, as I'm sure you'll be able to see on the stream. Yet to get off the mark, and I wouldn't go as far as saying plays and misses, but it's certainly been some lovely deliveries around about off stump from Chris Wright, who's giving Safe Sabre working over despite the runs he scored this season.
well, that was close. That was close. I think that was a wise decision to turn down the single, as I thought for a second Johnny Tattersall was going to run all the way towards us here in the Wilson Centre, but I think he just lost his footing a little bit there, did the former Yorkshire man. Maybe yet to get off the mark. Rob Keogh on 27. And he's come quite an unorthodox route, hasn't he, Van der Merwe, via the Surrey Academy. Was born in Pretoria. Had a trial, funnily enough, with Leicestershire as well. Not the only Northamptonshire player for whom that's the case.
I think it was the second team coach at Northamptonshire, Graham White, who said it when he signed his official contract, that he reminds him of Justin Broad, of course, a player who's going to bat today, coming through that second 11 route, going through different counties and trialling, coming through obviously at Northamptonshire and fully deserving of a contract. And I think that's quite a nice role model for Stuart Van der Merwe. Now he's got his chance. Another excellent all-round cricketer who's done it at an unorthodox route. Yeah, he's a player who impressed immediately. I think some players warm up and get used to playing at the county cricket level. He certainly looks a player at home.
He's got a wonderful story, hasn't he, Justin Broad? We can maybe touch upon that if we get to see him back today. Slightly uppish from Keogh, spooned away towards Travaskis. Lurking there at forward square leg. Of course, for those of a Northamptonshire disposition, you'll be hoping not to see Justin Broad or Stuart Van der Merwe anytime soon. Be hoping that Keogh and Zabe can pile on the runs.
Well, with the sun shining on, I think you mentioned on the stream earlier, a glorious September day. It's a stunner at Wantage Road. They've got the conditions to certainly get some runs on the board. They're not batting on a minefield. There's no cloud. The lights aren't on. This is a lovely afternoon for batting. And after a couple of weeks of bad luck with the weather, it's nice to be sat here on a very, very warm Thursday afternoon, really, at the end of the season.
It's glorious, isn't it? Change of tactic here with Safe Zabe on strike. Cox no longer under the lid.
It looks like a design plan for Rob Keogh by the looks of it, that wicketkeeper being up close.
The latest delivery cracked away towards backward point, fielded by Budinger. And that will be the end of over number 30. Northamptonshire 96 for 3. Still trail by 333 runs. Just looking at that score down in Canterbury as well. Derbyshire 636 for 5. Goodness me, that is a mammoth innings. Decent run rate as well, 4.59.
That's exceptional to keep it going at that rate throughout best part of a day and a half.
Here is Chris Wright once more, this time to Rob Keogh, who shuffles down once more. No further wickets at Trent Bridge either. It's Nottinghamshire 143 for 2 against Warwickshire. Well, they know that if they can reach 300 runs within the next 65 overs, they are the champions. So we'll keep you updated on that particular fixture.
No signs of nerves yet at Trent Bridge from the score you've just read out there, Aaron, but I'm sure when they get within 50, the crowd will start becoming acutely aware, and as will the dressing room. So interesting to see how that filters down to the middle. Asif Hamid, it's a good man to have out there, I think, with the runs required. But what a fantastic advert for county cricket that was. Again, the Nottinghamshire game at the Oval against Surrey. Division 1, of course, different to the match we're seeing today, but fantastic game of cricket.
Huge appeal, and Chris Wright has got another one. The ball thunders into the pads of Rob Keogh, who shuffled across, presented the stumps, and that is a 4th wicket to fall for Northamptonshire. We're now 96 for 4 in the 31st over, and that is first-class wicket 599 for Chipping Norton's finest, Chris Wright. Well, he's not ready to say goodbye just yet. How magical it would be if he could reach 600 and bowl his side to victory to round out the season for Leicestershire. As you said, Dan, that is a massive wicket. In the wider context of this game, practically all of the experienced figures, bar George Bartlett's, in that batting department now gone. We believe it will be Justin Broad coming out to bats alongside Saif Zaib, with that deficit still well over 300.
He's ticking off the milestones now, over by over, closing in. Love to see a replay there of Rob Keogh there. Didn't look best pleased as he wandered off. Who does for an LBW, of course? You're never going to be thrilled to be given out, but this is a real challenge now. But what you have got here are probably, in this format, I think it's fair to argue, and statistically would be proven, Northamptonshire's 2 key batters at the crease. Justin Broad's had another excellent year. Saif Zaib, of course, we've discussed. But yes, you're right. That experience at the top of middle order just slowly starting to fade now. Justin Broad more than capable, though. Talk about your tail being up. Chris Wright's tail will be well and truly now.
And he has been absolutely magnificent. Here he is, bowling to Justin Broad. Straight away, leaves that one well alone.
Just see as well now the Leicestershire fielders, they've just come in an extra yard or two. They've just started reacting to every ball, and now they'll know 96 for 4 here. Long way off from the follow-on even being discussed. They must now sense this is their chance to really grab the game by the scruff of the neck, if they haven't already, of course. I think with the game last week being washed out, I think Leicestershire will fancy a 4-day crack at being able to really celebrate the league in style. They'll want to really, they batted very well against Kent in the game that was washed out in the end, but they'll want to prove across an entire 4 days they are the deserved champions. And they've gone about it well so far this match, but Northamptonshire will just be looking to slow down the momentum, I think.
Well, that final delivery from Chris Wright is a dot ball. And look at those figures now, 2 for 16 from 8 overs. Chris Wright, well, he'll get a rich round of applause as he makes his way down towards the Jackson Grundy stand.
Yeah, there's been a few Leicestershire fans dotted around Wantage Road, seeing their team throughout the week so far. Of course, one of the smaller trips in Division 2.
So we'll have a change of bowling then from the David Capel end. The first time in this afternoon session. It's a little bit of spin, courtesy of Liam Travaskis, who, as we spoke about earlier, formerly of Durham County Cricket Club, is the Carlisle-born tweaker. Durham's first ever List A hat-trick taker. Here he is against Safe Zabe, who immediately welcomes him to the game with a reverse sweep. There'll be a chase on here for the fielder, and it's one in the end, which is won by the cricket ball. Very stylish and innovative way to bring up the 3 figures for the home side. I think it's safe to say, Dan, that is Safe Zabe to a T.
I won't frustrate the fellow co-commentator Dan by calling that inventive, as someone dared to do yesterday, but it's a shot of intent, I think it's fair to say there. First ball of the spinner on the reverse, a shot he plays excellently. Lovely start from Safe Zabe. And as a side note, a lovely way to get off the mark finally as well.
Loves playing spin, doesn't he, Safe? Regardless of the format. It's quite an interesting fielding position there, though, for Chris Wright. Might be in the game again. Indeed he is.
I do agree to an extent with Dan, as you were saying yesterday, about how the reverse sweep has become such a big part of the game that it almost can't be called inventive anymore. But I do find it remarkable that players can just trust themselves to completely change their hands around at such speed. You look at Safe Zabe there, isn't it? Twice in 3 overs. Just the amount of trust in the hand-eye. I still think it's an exceptional skill.
No, I completely agree. Although, I think it was Kevin Peterson who was doing a masterclass about the reverse sweep. As Broad goes for the paddle, just evades the dive of Ben Cox. There will be a single, something which A.B. de Villiers has also touched upon. But for those who have either played tennis, badminton, hockey, it's just a backhand. In terms of the actual motion behind it, yes, you're putting your hands into a different place. It's almost like a backhand flick of the wrist.
Yeah, I think I've seen that masterclass, actually, the one you're talking about, and he does describe it as something, as a skill that does sound quite straightforward. I think, interestingly, the man at the other end, Justin Broad, I was chatting to Safe earlier in the season, and he claims he's never seen Justin Broad miss a sweep shot, and that he's the best player of spin he's ever seen. So, maybe potentially an afternoon to look forward to if they will persist with spin Leicestershire, because you've got 2 exceptional exponents of it in the middle.
I'm just trying to think if I've seen Justin Broad actually miss a sweep shot. I did have some rather famous last words in the 50-over game at rugby school. I said I'd never seen him get out on the reverse sweep. 2 balls later, he spooned one straight into the hands of Oliver Hannon-Dalby off the bowling of Taz Ali. It's just one of those where you're like, oh, typical. Curse of the commentator strikes, but he is an exceptional player of spin. Chris Wright bowls to Justin Broad here.
Yes, I'm not sure if you remember my commentary curse mishap in the One Day Cup. First ball, claiming that Tim Robinson was going to thoroughly enjoy the occasion against Middlesex, I believe, and properly nicks the ball to first slip and is on his way. As I'm saying it, he nicks. So I think I'll be leaving that line out for the foreseeable. I think it's fair to say, particularly with these 2 holding the key for Northamptonshire.
It is important to note, though, and I get told this a lot by one of my fellow commentary colleagues, Mel Farrell, which always says, you don't actually have an impact on the game from the commentary box. So don't take it to heart. But But you do get some absolute gems of commentators' curses.
Yeah, one I've always enjoyed was, and enjoyed not just because he's a divisive Australian, but Mark Nicholas claiming that David Warner has never been out in the 90s against South Africa. You know the rest, of course. Falls on 97, I believe it was, and I think the entire commentary box, who were Australian, completely erupted at Mark Nicholas, who found it hilarious, which I think made it even better.
That will always stand out to me because of the reaction of Shane Warne, who, as soon as he says it, gives him the evils straight away. Of course, he is greatly missed by everyone in cricket. He's the great man, Shane Warne. 708 Test wickets for Australia. I mean, the master of his craft. Really brought leg spin to the hearts and minds of the next generation. Someone who worked with a number of young spinners as well, one of whom was Rayan Ahmed. I know that Rashid Khan also cited him as being a big role model, big influence. I know we spoke there about a batting masterclass from Kevin Peterson. For those who have not seen the spin masterclass between Rashid Khan and Shane Warne, it's one of the greatest things you'll ever see. Just two superstars who absolutely adore their craft. It's the best way to be in life. If you've got something you're that passionate about, why not tell it to the world and showcase your skills? As we see the end of the over. Northamptonshire 102 for 4. Still trail Leicestershire by 327. Work to be done.
Yeah, a long way to go for Northamptonshire. And I think you'd, as you say, you'd be hard pushed to find any leg spinner who wouldn't mention Shane Warne in a list of heroes. Loved about Warne was the combination of the theatre and also the passion, as you say, for leg spin as well. Never took away that love for it. Sabe advances there, and I think we've got ourselves a maximum. We do. Down the ground, safe Sabe, using the feet. He's not let him settle, and that is an exceptional strike down the ground, just putting a bit of pressure back on Leicestershire. And safe Sabe into his work finally. That's a lovely shot.
It's a great shot, and think about the previous over. First ball, reverse sweep for 4. Second over, first delivery. Well, I'm going to slot you down sound for 6 runs. It's just smart batting. It's one of those things which, as a spin bowler, immediately Travaskis under a bit of pressure. And now the mind will be racing. You'll be thinking, well, is there anything I can tinker and change? And if we do see that change in the field, well, it's the victory for the batter. None as of yet, though.
Yeah, it's ensuring that the bowler doesn't bowl to the batter. I think that's the ensuring that. And if the batter can just dictate how you bowl, shots like that go an ideal way to do it. And then you just see 6 down the ground and then just leans on one, gets himself one to the other end. Perfect role played there. This is where the captain's role is important as well. How much do you trust your spinner? We see Ben Stokes place a lot of trust in Sherb Bashir and often allow him to go for runs at the top level. Another misfield there as well. We've seen Leicestershire do that a couple of times, just slightly sloppy picking the ball up there, and Broad was alert, as was Zay, but the non-strikers then to take the run, and that will frustrate Travaskis there. Going for a few runs at the start of the over and then a cheap single at the end. Just shows the momentum still with Leicestershire. Got to stay sharp in the field. Broad gets onto 2.
Score now 110 for 4 after 34 overs. It's Chris Wright searching for first-class wicket number 600. Was at first here to Justin Broad for no run. Imagine the next couple of days will be quite emotional for Chris. I mean, 22 seasons is an awful long time. He's dedicated over half his life to county cricket.
Yeah, you wonder when that will start to sink in for him, I think. Whether it's tomorrow or whether it's Saturday on day 4 that this game comes to its conclusion. Of course, he'll be caught up in the trophy lifting celebrations and all the rest of it, as you do if you do get promoted, if you win a game, which of course isn't confirmed just yet. A lot of cricket still to be played, but once it's all finished at the end of this match, how he'll be feeling, I think will be the key there as the dust settles on what has been an amazing career, as you say. He's certainly bowling like a man who isn't on the way out due to performance. Finishing on his terms with this current spell. Dominated the afternoon session with a couple of wickets so far of James Sales and Rob Keogh, 2 big wickets as well.
Can he get a 3rd wicket on the board? Really put Leicestershire into the ascendancy. It's a nice on-drive attempted there by Justin Broad. This isn't the only promotion either for Chris Wright this season. If we look at club cricket, he's been a part of the Kenilworth Warden side who are back in the Birmingham Prem for 2026. Knowing a couple of those Kenilworth players, they've said he's just been amazing to be around. Always a phone call or a message away. Offering advice on a Saturday as well. Doing a little bit coaching with the younger players. Just a great individual.
Yeah, you'd be struggling if you turned up as a club cricketer on a Saturday and Chris Wright was at the other end, ready to have a go at bowling at you, but you can imagine, player of that experience, just passing on the knowledge and the ability, everything that goes with having such a long career. It's absolutely priceless, particularly for those younger players. Always makes me laugh when such great professionals come and play club cricket. You think of the clubbies, who of course are very good themselves, having to deal with that sort of thing.
So that will be the end of the over. We'll say goodbye to Dan Balliston for the time being. Pleasure as always to have his company here on the Northamptonshire live stream. And as one Dan departs, well, we'll welcome back another one. It is, of course, the brilliant Dan Jadzovic, ready and refreshed. I know he's champing at the bits to get back to covering this one. Liam Travaskis, it will be from the David Capel ends. What a spell that has been from Chris Wright. He's not ready to depart just yet. So here is Travaskis. Starts off with a dot ball, and Dan, from the action that you've been witnessing so far, well, I think it's pretty obvious to say that it's been Leicestershire's afternoon session with those 3 wickets, but what have you made of the action here at Wantage Road so far?
Thanks for having me back. The game's just continued to go in Leicestershire's favour, isn't it? They've highlighted as to why they've dominated this season. They've lost twice all year, and they've really pushed home the advantage that they had built, that they'd recovered from. They were 4 down at lunch yesterday, and they've just continued to turn the screw here against Northamptonshire, against a few batters that were under pressure for various different reasons. Arish Charkey under pressure because it was his first opportunity, so different kind of pressure there. McManus, Keogh, Sales under pressure in a different way, in that they'll get to the end of this year and I think they'd all look at it and go, I haven't scored as many runs as what I would have liked to. These 2 in the middle, though, these are the guys that won't be under that pressure. They've both had fantastic seasons. Hundreds that you have lost count of for Safe Zabe. Justin Broad, hundreds, career bests in consecutive weeks, career bests for Safe Zabe as well. These guys, they've put their weight of runs on the table for Northamptonshire. The middle order for the side have been very good, very proficient. So it'll be a different challenge for Leicestershire with these 2 in the middle. They'll be confident. They won't be feeling about, oh, hang on, if I get a score here, that's gonna help my. It's almost like, I don't think they actually really happen, but you know when you have like an end of year review when you work for somebody, I don't think either of these 2 is going to pop up and go, possibly could have scored a couple more runs.
100%. Yeah, just talking about those back-to-back 150 plus scores, weren't they, for Justin Broad? Scored 157 not outs against Kent and Canterbury, and then backed it up with 171 right here against Derbyshire. He was quite simply magnificent as Chris Wright is exiting the field. I think it's Alex Green who's on as the sub-fielder down at deep third. I think I've just seen the numbers 4 and 3, which is Alex's number. So Chris Wright departs for a well-earned break.
Yeah, Logan Van Beek taking over from Chris Wright from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. It's 111 for 4, 36 overs in this innings. Safe Zabe on strike. He's on 12. Justin Broad at the non-strikers, and still the 2 slips in place. Single taken into the leg side. Something that you don't see every day of the week, is it? Someone charging in and bowling seam up, good pace in a long sleeve playing shirt. At least I think it's a long sleeve playing shirt and not. Or has it? Wow, this is something that's going to require some form of investigation. I think I've gone early. I don't think it's a long sleeve playing shirt. I think he's got one of those long sleeve base layers on underneath. And that opens up a whole new can of worms with regards to clothing and kit bags. That feels very kind of 2008, a long sleeve base layer. But I respect it. It is breezy out there. It is breezy. It's chilly. There's a nip in the air. It's coming from the northeasterly breeze, so cooler than what you'd expect or hope for. Ian Holland, actually looking out the window, has got. I think he genuinely has. You know the hand warmers that the NFL players have, quarterbacks
Yes.
in particular. I don't really know how you would describe them, but almost like an external pocket that you wear as a belt. Nice shot by Justin Broad. Evades the dive at backward point. Adds another single. So he's got kind of an external pocket being worn as a belt at the moment, where he can just tuck his hands away. I'm sure there'll be plenty of those hand warmers that you can kind of shake and activate.
Oh, they're brilliant.
The warmth from them. But I think Ian Holland's, obviously being an American cricketer, makes sense. He's been to Dick's Sporting Goods or other sports shops and popped in the NFL section and come back with a hand warmer, which is fantastic. Bumper well evaded by Safe Save. But I don't think I've ever seen a cricketer have one of those on the field.
It's a really good spot, that, to be honest. And it's funny because he has to keep on lifting up the shirt a little bit as well.
Yes, it's not easy access, is it? That's
No.
for sure.
It's not like an NFL quarterback who basically just has it and warm up on the sidelines. Important to keep those fingers warm, though, especially if it thuds into your bowling hands. It's not exactly chilly, though.
No, it's not Arctic by any stretch, but it's
Breezy.
It's a long way from being warm. Leicestershire supporters, you'll have to let me know if this is something that Ian Holland has had for a long time in his career, or whether it's a new thing. The way that it's tucked under the jumper makes me feel like he's not 100% confident about showcasing the fact that this is a new thing. He's just testing it out. Doesn't want to make a big deal of it. Just kind of pops it in and out every now and again. Somebody will cotton on and he'll go, was it any good? He hasn't quite decided yet. So maybe day 3, day 4, if he's established, if he knows this is a good idea, it'll be up above the jumper and he won't have to keep covering it up. But brilliant addition to the kit bag. Swept by Justin Broad, misses it. I was sat in the commentary box when I was listening to you two talk about Justin Broad never missing a sweep shot.
It was bound to happen, wasn't it?
Of course it was. Travaskis, nicely played. Two of the best players of spin, certainly in the Northamptonshire lineup, possibly in the league. These two in the middle. Rothesay, there's a slip in Rishi Patel. Sol Buddinger's leg slip as well. And there is that sweep shot. That one he doesn't miss, but he does find the man out on the boundary. Lewis Hill keeps it down to a single. So how was the reaction for Chris Wright picking up his 800th career wicket? Did you get a bit emotional in the box?
A little bit. I'm going to be honest, just because he's been a constant. It's ever so weird. It's a little bit like when Darren Stevens had his final game. Like, these are players who are synonymous with county cricket. I look at him, I look at Wayne Madsen, Keith Barker's another one. When Michael Hogan hung up the boots.
Slog sweep, safe save. All the way for 6. Travaskis bowling a low full toss there and safe save in position early. Slog sweeps that in front of square down towards the supporters club here at Northamptonshire.
And that's a hefty strike, isn't it, from Safe Zabe? Wonderful player of spin.
He must be so, I mean, he's never not been a confident young cricketer. Always been confident, loves batting, really, really enjoys the game and is a real kind of student of the sport. But he's got to be unbelievably confident right now. He must be seeing that red cricket ball in particular like a beach ball. He has had one of the most phenomenal seasons anybody could wish to have had in the history of the sport, surely. I mean, the average is 68.6, which is phenomenal to start with, but there's 600s and 550s in this year. The best of 196 not out. So one hit away from a double 100. 1,305 runs so far for Safe Save. Has been absolutely superb. And is he 25, 26 years old? Surely England are looking at Safe Save as a bit of a Red Bull Lions call up through the winter, wouldn't you?
100%. 110%. His batting has just come on leaps and bounds, and it's the way in which he scored those runs in addition to the volume. Just a very stylish operator, isn't he? Can play 360 degrees around the wicket. But we spoke about this in the game against Glamorgan. I think he's always had that ability. It's just a case of decision making. When you've got all of those different shots, you've got to know when to play them, and when not to play them. And this season, well, he's certainly known when to play them.
Yeah, another big thing for the 2025 summer is it feels like he's had a very, very defined role since Darren Lehman has taken the reins here. He's found himself established in this middle order, in at number 5, and that's been his spot for pretty much the summer. Nobody's been able to bump him away from it. Last year, there were games where he would bat 8 and would play as a second spinner and would still score the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, but would be not out at the end, or because of the selfless nature, would be batting with the number 11, gets out caught at long on, for example. He's a better player than number 8. Now he's been given that opportunity, and, well, he really has been a standout performer, hasn't he, for Northamptonshire this summer. It's the awards evening on Saturday night here at the county ground at the culmination of the season. I wouldn't be shocked if Safe Save is up and down on that stage quite a lot during the course of that evening. Hopefully he's got a few steps left in him after 4 days of cricket and a long season. Short ball. Wide, in fact, it was that short. Safe ducking out of the way of it. And I've just been told Safe Save has already picked up the first award of the year. He was presented with the Supporters Club Player of the Year at the lunch interval today. So there's the first one on the mantelpiece for the winter for Safe Save. Settles on one, just turns that one off the hip into the leg side. But the right-handed Justin Broad on strike. Might have to go to the shop on the way home, get a few boxes of trophy polish.
Yeah. I was going to say, something tells me that probably won't be his last of the season. He's been impeccable, hasn't he? We're just talking about red ball cricket. Let's not forget his contributions in that road to finals day.
Oof, bit of extra lift, an appeal from behind. And Justin Broad has gone. Caught behind off the bowling of Logan Van Beek. He seems to be getting that little bit of extra lift and pace and bounce out of this surface than any of the other seamers. Fine edge through to Ben Cox. And although the umpire didn't raise the finger, I think Justin Broad given out on the nod and makes his way back to the pavilion with just 6 runs to his name. So Leicestershire have their 5th. And the score is 123 for 5 now.
Well, it's definitely Leicestershire's afternoon session. It's now 4 for the afternoon so far. And speaking of 4 wickets falling, well, Nottinghamshire now 181 for 4 at Trent Bridge. Ethan Bamber has got Joe Clark and Jack Haynes both out in the 53rd over. Nottinghamshire know they are 119 runs away from the Division 1 title. So we'll keep you updated with that as those runs are scored in Nottingham. This is a lovely moment for Stuart van der Merwe, already made his list debut for Northamptonshire. Now walks into the middle as a first-class cricketer, just 20 years old, from Pretoria in South Africa. Attended Reed School in Cobham, now studies up at Leeds University. Started out his club journey in the UK with Ben Curran at Weybridge. Has since moved on to Sunbury as of 2025. Someone who played quite a bit of twos cricket and academy cricket for Surrey. Started with the Brown Caps in 2023. Then, as I was speaking about with Dan Ballaston a little bit earlier on, also appeared for the Kent Twos and had a little bit of a trial with Leicestershire. For Northants got his signature in 2025 as Zabe goes for the big sweep. There's a huge appeal for the stumping there from Ben Cox. That was lightning fast, wasn't it?
That was unbelievable work by Ben Cox. The umpire at square leg not moved at all, was he? Not interested in the slightest. There was a quote of wow, I think you could hear through the effects mic in disbelief that that was given not out, but quite excitable wicket keepers. We don't know whether that back foot moved from this distance. Fantastic piece of work, regardless, by the wicket keeper there. And you think as well, if that wicket had been picked up, it's quite a long tail for Northamptonshire today, respectfully to George Scrimshaw, Ben Whitehouse, and Nirvan Ramesh. George Bartlett is carded at 8. Certainly has first-class hundreds and 50s to his name, but similar to those that I spoke about not that long ago, just hasn't got the weight of runs this year that he would have liked. But here's our first look at Stuart van der Merwe in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. Fielders are going to converge on him, give him a little bit more company. I'm sure there necessarily need to be a comment of, you don't want to get a globe on debut, do you? But just that little bit of extra pressure with those fielders making their way in towards van der Merwe. And he gets off the mark straight away. Beautifully played through the offside. Bit of a drag down from Travaskis. And the Merwe on the back foot quickly and guides it in front of point for 2. And that will settle him down quite quickly.
Definitely will. You won't see it as much against spin, but when he faces off against the seamers, he's got a very pronounced stance. And you will spot it straight away.
Yeah, it's relatively orthodox against the spinner. Based on those 2 balls, it's a solid, compact technique. Looks organised. Successfully navigates the end of the over. So 2 runs for van der Merwe. 126 for 5 now the score after 40 overs in this innings. Tea break will be scheduled in about half an hour's time for 3:10. A bit more seam has been bowled, hasn't it, through the course of this innings. So we might be a little bit later than that. Are we 3:10 or 32 overs remaining? And looking at the fact we've got 45 overs remaining in the day, we will be later than 3:10. Possibly another hour from now. No, 45 minutes, 50 minutes from now, around there. 45, 40.
With the spin of Travaskis.
Yeah, oh yeah, that should speed things up a touch, shouldn't it? Anyway, Van Beek to continue. 2 slips still in place for Leicestershire. Safe save. Defends that one into the offside. Awarded with his county cap this summer as well. A very, very exciting cricketer. Safe save. And I will be, and I'm sure plenty of others will be excited to see what is in store for Safe Save over the next 6 to 7 months. Pulled away, powerfully struck through the leg sides, in front of square, a long way in front of square. You know, if you're pulling the ball that far in front of square, just shows how early Safe Save is in position to play that pull shot.
Just flew away, didn't it? Like a tracer bullet from Safe Save. As you said, Dan, it was all about the positioning. Got into an excellent position very early. Picked up the length of that delivery in a flash. Sent it away to the boundary rope with some venom and velocity.
Moves up to 25. Short ball again. which goes through to the gloves of Cox with the signal from the standing umpire that is the one for the over. 3 men out on the boundary, one at deep third, fine leg and square leg as well. Logan van Beek will continue with this back of a length policy to the hip that time. An easy single taken, comfortable single for safe save. 131 for 5. I suppose there's a whole manner of things, Aaron, that we should really probably be talking about over the course of this stream with regards to players of the season, moments that we've enjoyed as commentators, teams of the season. There's a whole host of opportunities to chat through some things on this live stream that maybe we haven't given thought to up till now. Maybe it's a job for tomorrow. Maybe it's as we get towards the closing kind of embers of the season, we can talk a little bit more about those moments.
I think that's an idea. I think we'll do that day 3.
Look, Aaron, I'm an ideas man. I come up with them, and then we'll put them out there and see what happens. But if people are listening and they're enjoying this and you'd like to get involved with that, see, we'll spend a bit more time tomorrow. You and I might need a little bit more research to think about that. But if there's players that have stood out for you this summer, moments that have been more enjoyable than others as a supporter, a team of the year, I suspect a fair few Leicestershire supporters might just pick 11 from Leicestershire, which would be completely fair enough. Travaskis from the David Caper lens. Zabe tries to nurdle that into the leg side. Not able to find the gap. Slog sweep again. Doesn't get all of it this time. Races down to Logan van Beek on the boundary. Zabe almost walks the single, but the hand speed is so aggressive from safe save. Even half a bat on that has flown along the outfield. Squeezed away by Van der Merwe. Should come back for a pretty comfortable 2. Lewis Hill doing the fielding. Managed to squeeze it past Rishi Patel at first slip. He almost dug the Yorker out, really, from Travaskis. It was that full of a delivery. Hasn't quite extracted this level of turn that Rob Keogh was able to do on day 1. Kind of similar to what Sabe and Nirvan Ramesh were able to extract here at Wantage Road so far for Travaskis.
Just looking at the field here as well for Van der Merwe. Quite like it. He's a strong player of the sweep shot. He's the 20-year-old. So, of course, you've got the short leg in play. Rishi Patel lurking at first slip just in case he goes on the reverse and gloves it up. That is the end of the over. Northamptonshire 134 for 5. But the point I was making about Stewart against Seam in particular, and we saw it with that final delivery from Logan van Beek. It's a very pronounced crouch in his stance, and then he almost springs up.
Mm-hmm. Similar to Luke Proctor in that regard, or
I think it's more pronounced, personally.
Okay. Wow. Let's have a look if we can sort that matchup out. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, isn't he?
I must admit, I do rate Van der Merwe rather highly. I think he's got the right attitude as well, which is always half the battle.
Back to Zabe. Defended back down the ground. Yeah, I mean, it's my first viewings of Van der Merwe in the flesh. Obviously wasn't here for the one-day cup. Something that you got to enjoy through the course of the season. So much like Arish Buchake, Nirvan Ramesh, Ben Whitehouse, excited to see what Stuart Van der Merwe is about, and look forward to seeing what he can do today and potentially take forward through to 2026 as well. Only got to look at someone like Justin Broad, haven't you, to see what the potential is, what is available if you're able to discover it and look in the right place. Oh, dead bat into the offside there. Got any nominations for any teams of the year or players of the year or anything like that that's come through in the YouTube comments yet?
We have indeed. So we've had our first one from Tony. As a Leicestershire fan, if I was picking a team of the year from Division 2, I'd need some convincing not to find a place for Wayne Madsen.
Yep.
Who, of course, in this round, scored 198 against Kent, the evergreen South African. Now, of course, playing international cricket for Italy.
No, he is a phenomenal cricketer. Powerfully struck. Misfielded a point by Sol Buttinger was that well timed. It burst through the hands of the Leicestershire opening batter, much to the disgust and disappointment of Logan van Beek. It does allow safe Zabe down the other end. Well, he's not going to get any convincing from me not to have Wayne Madsen in an 11. I don't know whether you've got anything that you want to send over to take him out the team.
Not at all. He's one of the most universally beloved players on the circuit, isn't he? So here is Van der Merwe against Van Beek. Blocks that one out. That'll be a dot ball to finish off the over. So Northamptonshire 135 for 5. Still trail by 294 runs. It's quite pronounced, that. I think if we are talking batting as well, Safe Zabe has to be in there.
Oh, and that was my nomination, Aaron. You can't steal my nomination. But yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's the leading run scorer in the division by what's that? 70 runs in front of Ben Compton.
Well, this is my next question after this ball from Travaskis.
Down the ground, evades Travaskis, evades Hull. And Zabe moves into the 30s with another boundary. There was a cry of catch for a moment. He dissected the bowler and Hull at mid-on perfectly.
So going back to that point, while we're having this heated debate about teams of the season,
yeah,
are we saying Division 2, Division 1, or both?
That's a brilliant question. As we've come up with the idea, I think we can essentially do whatever we want, can't we? I don't think anybody's going to tell us off for this. We can have a combined if you'd like one for each division. Keep it relevant to where we are in Division 2.
Well, in that case, I think Ben Compton's name has to be up there for the opening spot. This is a little bit cheeky because he is an opener.
I'd expect nothing less from you.
He's an opener but he bowls. And I think he might be the leading wicket taker in the division. But my other opener alongside Ben Compton in this theoretical 11 would be Lewis Rees.
Yeah, 43 wickets so far for Lewis Rees, an average of just over 20. Obviously, that massive double 100 he's gone and got today will add a few more runs to his tally. If I can find him on the list. And Merva defending nicely against Travaskis. So 643 runs for Lewis Rees. An average of 64.3. Best of 211. Missed a couple of games, didn't he, in the middle of the season with an injury. So we got four. We got four players. We might need a little bit more inspiration from a few of the listeners. Ian Holland's got to be in there, isn't he? He's got to be close. Surely.
Was just about to say his name. Because you can make an argument for the intangibles as well. Just in terms of his character, the wickets he takes, the runs he scores. And of course, his leadership in the side. He has been integral for Leicestershire.
Short ball. Pulled away, cry of catch. Two fielders converge down on the leg side, and it splits the both of them. Save just continues to churn runs this season. He's now on 37. He could not have dissected the two of those better if he tried. But yeah, the best part of 500 runs for Ian Holland and 36 wickets so far. Or 37, isn't it? Because he's got one today. Gets the boundary, gets the single into the leg side. Over to you, Stuart van der Merwe. Moves to 38. Probably could have got a pen and paper and started jotting this down as well, couldn't we?
Someone we haven't mentioned, potentially for the top four, would be Marcus Harris.
Yeah.
For Lancashire. It's been a shining light in what has otherwise been a very tough campaign for the Red Rose. I mean, that's some top five, isn't it? Compton, Rees.
Yeah. Holland at 3.
Rees, who's almost that hybrid, because if we're talking just out of runs, you'd go Caleb Jewell.
Of course. Call of 2, maybe. Van der Merwe would like it. Hesitates as I don't think Sabe ran that first one particularly hard. Erring on the side of caution. 5 down, of course, for less than 150. Can't afford a careless bit of running.
Just looking at the live stream comments, both Zane and Joseph agreeing about Sabe. And he just has to be in there. Has had an impeccable season. The interesting one would be the bowlers. Because we've technically got 2 bowling options there in Rees and Holland is up there in terms of the top 10 in Division 2. Currently stands as the 6th leading wicket taker, alongside a Northants man, Calvin Harrison. That one short and left alone by Sabe.
Yeah, so we've got the top 5 sorted. We've got a few runs covered off. Option for a number 6 could be another out. The thing is, it could be another out-and-out batter, because with Rees and Holland in there, it's not like we need an all-rounder. Obviously, a wicket keeper as well. Before we start looking at bowlers, but there are plenty to choose from. That's edged and over the slip cordon. A jumping dive, and it looks like he might have got a fingertip on that. The way that the fielder there is gingerly getting back to his feet. Eskenazi maybe just getting enough jump to tip it over the bar, but it's another boundary for Safe Save, who moves to 42. Lewis Hill, fantastic season in the middle order. Nearly 900 runs at an average of 46, 200 650s. It's a potential to go in there. Kieran Carlson, maybe with the gloves, over 1,000 runs again, 300s, 550s. He is the swept by Van der Merwe and swept straight to the man on the 45. Logan van Beek could not believe his luck. Van der Merwe has picked him out like catching practice for the Dutch international. And Northamptonshire have lost their 6th. They've brought up 150 and they've lost another wicket. Leicestershire still have an almighty lead in this game.
Stands at 279 runs, doesn't it? Just 4 wickets remaining in the shed, and only one of those is a recognised batting option in George Bartlett, who is coming down the steps of the dressing room. After that is George Scrimshaw at 9, Whitehouse at 10, and Nirvan Ramesh at 11. We mentioned about that field placement earlier. It's just good analysis, that, from Leicestershire. Knowing that Van der Merwe loves the sweep shot against the spinners. They had that man at the 45, a leg slip. Previously a short leg in play. A third as well, up in the, well, what would be the circle in shorter format cricket. Just reducing those options. It forced Van der Merwe previously onto the back foot, looking to work away those punch shots and late cuts. And in the end, I mean, it was there to be swept. It's just really good field placement. And as you said, catching practice for Logan van Beek.
Well, he picked him out so well. It gave you the impression that he hadn't looked over his shoulder to see where Van Beek was. It certainly isn't the case, but that's how that looked. He picked him out so well. But it is George Bartlett in at number 8. An attractive cricketer, a nice stroke maker, busy, wants to feel bat on ball. Scored 100 for Northamptonshire since moving up the country from Somerset, and that was against Leicestershire last year at Grace Road. An immensely talented cricketer. Just hasn't put that talent on show all that often for Northamptonshire. Here's a 6 and 7 for you, if you'd like to debate it. And I'm open-minded as to where we go. One of the other counties, we've not spoken about them yet. Finished second, got promoted, so we do need to have a good look at Glamorgan. But Ben Kellaway at 6, Kieran Carlson with the gloves at 7.
That's where I disagree.
That's fine.
So that one just turned around the corner down towards Stevie Eskenazi. He's operating there at fine leg. Just because Chris Cook is Glamorgan's keeper. I know Carlson,
fair enough,
is a glove man. And for that reason, I'd go James Bracey.
Okay, so Kellaway 6, Bracey at 7. See if we can get approval from the wider audience as we move into the bowlers. So Bracey, 950 runs, a best of 150, 300s and 250s, averaging 52. And then Kellaway, not just a gimmick, is he, with the left and right arm bowling? 813 runs, 200s, high score of 181 not out, and an average of 54 this year.
Well, the other reason behind that decision, from my personal perspective, is the dismissals. Bracey is second overall in Division 2 in terms of catches and stumpings. Number 1 being a certain Lewis McManus on 51. He's got 49 catches this season and 2 stumpings to boot. As we will see a change in bowling here. Logan van Beek will be replaced by Josh Hull.
Yeah, Josh Hull, an immediate impact when he came into the attack before lunch. Got the wicket of, funnily enough, Lewis McManus, didn't he? On the hook, caught down at fine leg. So where are we looking, bowlers? Almost feels criminal, Aaron, that so far in that top 7, we've only got 1 player from the champions. 8, 9, 10 and 11 to go in our incredibly unofficial and recently thought of Division 2 County Championship team of the season. Ben Green and Logan van Beek, are they 2 options there for the number 8 spot?
Could we be cheeky for the spinner and go Rayan Ahmed?
Of course you can.
Because that would be a very deep batting lineup in theory.
I'll let you tell him he's batting 8, but we can have him for sure.
Well, just on the wider point of this, though, it goes to show, and we say this season in, season out, champion teams usually don't have 1 or 2 who dominate the run or the wicket-taking column. And the best example I can think about this is in 2021. It's a stat which has been read out up and down the country. But Warwickshire didn't have a single player in that season who scored more than 1,000 runs or took more than 50 wickets. And you look at those leading run scorers and wicket takers so far this campaign. Leicestershire's leading wicket taker, Ian Holland, is in 6th place.
Yep.
But they've shared them throughout with the likes of Van Beek, Josh Hull, Rayan Ahmed chipping in, Chris Wright. I know he's not played a tremendous deal this season, but he's also contributed in this game. And in the run scoring column, you look at the runs between the likes of Hill.
Well, he's Leicestershire's leading run scorer in 14th with 879 runs, which is, don't get me wrong, an incredible feat. It's a fantastic effort to put that together and score that volume of runs, an average of 46 with 200s. But as you say, it's not been a single effort. Save say Ben Compton, both leading the way for teams that find themselves last and second bottom in the table. It's a really, really good and valid point.
Well, the other county, of course, in that similar kind of vein of thinking is Lancashire. 2 players who I believe have scored over 1,000 runs. Is that one a big booming drive attempted by George Bartlett? So Marcus Harris, who we've spoken about, Keaton Jennings, I think, has surpassed 1,000 runs. And then in terms of the leading wicket takers, Tom Bailey is in the top 5.
Correct, yep.
So it's a really difficult one. And it almost doesn't make sense, does it? And for example, another great stat, this time from a Surrey point of view.
So the thigh pad there of Sol Budinger is brilliant, isn't he? He's given us runs. So Bartlett picks up a single. Budinger, who has spent a lot of the day under the lid at short leg, has watched that inside edge off of the thigh pad and balloon exactly where he was. He's taken his cap off, thrown it on the floor in disbelief that he's been taken out and been told to go and stand at point. And he's told the skipper, he said, well, you'd have left me there. We'd have picked up George Bartlett then.
No, he's a wonderful entertainer, isn't he? But going back to that previous point of discussion with Surrey, you think they went back to back to back in the championship. And there were 6 years between Surrey players who had surpassed 1,000 runs in a championship campaign. In 2018, it was Rory Burns. In 2024, Well, it was Rory Burns again. But for 2 of those seasons where they lifted the championship, none of their players surpassed 4 figures in the run scoring column. So it's one of those fascinating enigmas, isn't it? You think that champion teams would dominate every single metric. And yet I guarantee, if you look at overall contributions, the difference between, let's say, Lewis Hill and the rest of that batting core with Leicestershire and Ian Holland and the rest of the bowling unit would be noticeably different compared to sides towards the bottom.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point. Van Beek slow to react there as Bartlett drops it into the offside for a single. So number 8, as I say, you can tell him, but we'll have Rayan Ahmed 8. Obviously, he's batted 3, isn't he, throughout the course for a lot of the year, 3 and 4, and scored plenty of runs up there as well. So I'll let you be the man to break the news to him that you've carded him at number 8.
There is a caveat.
Which, if you're listening, Rayan, as Safe Save advances and tucks that one into the leg side, I have absolutely nothing to do with that. And it's all on Aaron Viles as to why he's put you at number 8.
There's a caveat.
No, you've already said it now. The damage has been done.
Nighthawk.
Terrible.
Can bring him in at number 3 towards the end of a day's play.
Disrespectful.
But he has had a wonderful season. I think of that century against Lancashire. Terrific cricketer, isn't he? And one of the most exciting spin bowlers as well in the county circuit, certainly. Thinking a wider cricket perspective as well with that Rongan. Got a very good top spinner in the locker as well. Definitely someone with bags of potential. What about the rest of the bowlers, though? I mean, Bailey could be up there. Ryan Higgins has had a good season.
I mean, as I say, we're down at number 9 now. Ben Green, who will be moving to Leicestershire on a permanent basis for 2026, played 11 games on loan this year in first-class cricket for Leicestershire from Somerset. Picked up 31 wickets at an average of 20. In comparison to those around him, Ian Holland has gone at less than 20, and Lewis Rees has picked his up at 20. Everybody else is 25, 26. And Rayan Ahmed at 8 is low, and Ben Green at 9 is potentially lower, but that's an option for 9. Tom Bailey, of course, 37 wickets, an average of 30. Somebody there that I think probably has to be there is Toby Rowland-Jones, 40 wickets at an average of 25.5. Ajit Singh Dale, 40 wickets at 30s. Moving on, isn't he, from Gloucestershire to Lancashire over the winter. So, I mean, my next proposal would be Ben Green. 31 wickets at 20s is a phenomenal return, I think. Ben Green, Rowland-Jones, and Ajit Singh Dale, why not?
I think that's completely fair. Your prediction was correct as well, Dan. We will have a slightly later tea.
Short ball, Josh Hull. Oh, sorry.
After this over, still got 4 until we reach that 32 over allotment.
Yeah, Zabe now on 44. Bartlett on 4. 156 for 6, the score. Leicestershire just be looking to clean this up as quick as they possibly can, won't they? Short ball again from Josh Hull, and that one is signalled wide. It was that short. You can see the 3 men down there on the hook and on the pull. Fine leg, long leg, and what was deep square, although Josh Hull's just been wided for that previous one. It has brought about a change in the field and a change of tactic. So based on some quick research, gone Lewis Rees, Ben Compton, Ian Holland, Marcus Harris, Safe, Ben Kellaway, James Bracey, Ryan Ahmed, Ben Green, Toby Rowland Jones, and Ajit Singh Dale to round out our unofficial, very unofficial County Championship Division 2 Team of the Year for 2025.
I was about to say, and that there's players who have missed out there, aren't there? Caleb Jewell, Kieran Carlson,
Logan Van Beek.
He's had a terrific season. And something we haven't really touched upon with Logan so far is just how much county cricket he's been playing in recent seasons. So he was at Derbyshire in 2019 and 2021. And last year was at Worcestershire.
Pulled away over the Lewis Hill at mid-off, who gives chase. It's got nowhere near the middle of Save's bat. And they will settle on just a couple of runs. Hull kicks the turf in disgust. Sabe rehearses the shot that he wished he had played. Got enough of it. Cleared Lewis Hill, to be fair, by a good 5 or 6 foot, I think. The jump was almost in sympathy rather than in the attempt to catch it. But so poorly timed was it, it finished a good 30 or 40 yards inside that boundary rope. Another 2 runs added, though. One behind square for a single.
Brings about the end of the over as well. So 4 overs remain until tea here on day 2. Certainly has been Leicestershire's session at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire still 120 away from the follow-on. So it requires a pretty hefty partnership between these two. And it looks as though we're going to have a little bit more spin, this time from Rishi Patel.
I think this will be my first time of seeing Rishi Patel bowl. Aaron Viles confirming that he just bowls some nice off breaks. Just a different look, isn't it, as we get towards the end of this session? See if Northamptonshire are prepared to do something different.
And he's got a left-hander on strike. That's the other aspect here. Eskenazi at slip. I don't mind this at all.
Two fielders go back down the ground. They're not all the way back. They're those tempters, aren't they? The classic, would you like to hit it over our heads type field positions. As it is, Save plays it out to one of those 2 men and picks up a single. Two first-class wickets for Rishi Patel. 2 for 141. His career stats. Both this year. I reckon you probably know who they are as well, don't you?
I'll have to rack my brain.
Rishi Patel trivia. Wow, they're out of the rough.
Well, that might be the other reason why.
Oh, that's fantastic. Did you hear that through the effects mic? He didn't know about the one that turns. Full toss. That's going to struggle to turn from there, and it's clubbed down the ground by George Bartlett for 6. At the end of the over. Yeah, Chris Cook and Ben Geddes are the 2 wickets that Rishi Patel has picked up this year, both in June. Spinner's paradise, isn't it, with a Kookaburra? Chris Cook, I think, was on 9. Ben Geddes, slightly more, on about 137.
Bit of a difference there. That was bound to happen as well, wasn't it, after that little dig at George Bartlett? Next ball, full toss and dispatched. Completions, utter disdain. Chris Wright is back on the field. He had been replaced by the substitute fielder Alex Green a little bit earlier on.
So hard that George Bartlett dispatched that Dukes down the ground. Might have damaged the ball, whatever it hit. Down by the steps. So the umpire's just coming together there to change the ball. I think we're just going to have a delay in play, aren't we? As one of the substitute fielders brings the box or the bag out to replace the one that George Bartlett has damaged. 167 for 6 after 50 overs. 3 overs remain in the afternoon session. First of which will be bowled by Josh Hull from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And I wonder if Rishi Patel has done enough to earn another one.
Maybe. Just going back on to the reason as to why Rishi might be bowling as well, not just because of the right arm off break to left-hander matchup, but we did see Rob Keogh extract quite a bit of turn from the David Capel end. So maybe it's just a case of, as you spoke about before, Dan, aiming for that rough outside the right-hander. Try and turn it back in.
Well, it's not a bad look, is it, at the end of the day? It's a different look. It's psychologically an awkward time for the 2 Northamptonshire batters. If they can get 12 deliveries from Rishi Patel, Zabe and Bartlett will undoubtedly be thinking about T. They'll be thinking about that's the next milestone to get through to T, and then we can think about what happens after that. There'll also be that little bit of jeopardy of, oh, we don't want to get out to Rishi Patel. That's not what we want to do. So there'll be that element part of it. So it's a nice kind of psychological move, I think, for Ian Holland and Leicestershire, just to do something a bit different. Favorite thing is when it comes to that kind of captaincy and the leadership thing is do the thing that the opposition would least like you to do. And so with a bit of a free hit with a lead of still, what, 260? Fair enough. Have 12 balls of your opening batter and just see what happens. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Precisely that. I doubt that we'll see him today, but I've seen Sol Budinger bowl in the past as well.
Just the one slip in place now for Leicestershire. Josh Hull here bowling with good pace. 8.5 overs so far in this day. It's beautiful by Safe Save through the covers for 4. And he brings up another first-class 50 in 2025. It's his 6th this season to go with his 600s. And it just keeps getting better for Safe Save. 171 for 6 now. 52 not out for Northamptonshire's number 5.
And this really is just remarkable, isn't it? When you combine the two, that's the 12th time this season they will have raised the bat for 50.
Short ball down the leg side.
Does feel like Zabe is the wicket, doesn't it? If Northamptonshire are to avoid that follow-on, would be difficult alongside the tail.
Nicely played again. I think it'll just be one. It is. They've settled on the single fielder down there. Took a bit of a tumble to keep that inside the rope. Just looking through the numbers for the most runs in a calendar year for a Northamptonshire batter. Save now will have passed 1,350. Started this game on 1305, I think it was.
Yep, spot on.
So gone through 1,350. Unfortunately, it doesn't go past H.M. Ackerman in 1970, who scored 1,506. But when you scroll through, in terms of anything in this century, you've got Mike Hussey in 2003, scored nearly 1,700 first-class runs for Northamptonshire, 1,697. Cry of catch, but didn't carry through to Rishi Patel. And that is the only name on this list. No, Mike Hussey again, apologies, 2001, scored 2,055 first-class runs for Northamptonshire, which is the third highest. That's going to be another 4 for Save. Jumps on the short ball from Rishi Patel, cuts it away through the offside. Moves to 57. And then 1952, Dennis Brooks, 2,198 first-class runs in a calendar year for Northamptonshire. Now, there will obviously be a few more between the 1,506 for H.M. Ackerman, but I can't believe there'd be many more between the 1,506 and the 1,350 or 1,360 now that Save has got in the 21st century. He adds another one to the tally.
Would you believe that in 2001, after that incredible summer from Michael Hussey as well, Northants got relegated? Which goes back to echo our previous conversation. And let's not forget the other factor there. More games were played. 16 championship matches were played in 2001 compared to the 14 in the 2020s. Even so, that is some run-scoring calibre, isn't it, as Bartlett drops that into forward mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, here's a statistic that I can provide you with a bit more information on. Most hundreds in a season for Northamptonshire. Current record is 8, which was way, way back in 1921. That was Robert Hayward with 800s. There are then 5 batters with 7. Dennis Brooks again twice. Leonard Livingston, Roy Virgin, and Rob Bailey. And then Save in 2005 with 6, 2025 joins the likes of Lance Klusner, Mike Hussey, Alan Lamb, Mushtaq Mohammed, Raman Sabaro, Dennis Brooks again. And it's not a given by any stretch, but Northamptonshire will undoubtedly bat twice here. Could get himself a bit further up that list.
He could. They are some big names as well in Northamptonshire cricket. I mean, below us here in the Lynn Wilson Centre end tells you everything you need to know about Mushtaq Mohammed. One of the sweets is named after him. He is an absolute icon in this neck of the woods. Raman Sabaro as well. Excellent cricketer. Klusner, member of that iconic South Africa side.
Yeah.
Michael Hussey, Mr. Cricket himself.
Spent some time talking with Lance Klusner the other week, head coach of the Guyana Amazon Warriors.
Were you at the CPL?
I was, yeah, I was. Nice guy. Nice guy. Didn't speak about Northamptonshire, though. But, I mean, what an achievement that is for Safe Zabe. 6 first-class hundreds in a calendar year. And the form that he's in, I think that's missed everything as it's gone down the leg side. It has indeed buys signalled, 4 of them. Takes the score into the 180s for Northants, 182 for 6. But yeah, joint third.
Some going, isn't it? And still going. And that's the key for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, change of ends for Travaskis. He's replaced Josh Hull for the final over of the afternoon session. Clock has ticked past 3:30, so about 20 minutes, not necessarily behind schedule, but well, I suppose it is 20 minutes behind schedule, isn't it, really? There's no other way to describe that. But I dare say we could well catch up through the afternoon if we're going to get plenty more Liam Travaskis on this surface. Bartlett now just needs to negotiate his final couple of deliveries, and that'll be the first job done for Northamptonshire's number 8. Give himself a big opportunity to go and finish the season on a high this evening. Partnership 32. And there's a big appeal for OBW given. George Bartlett can't negotiate the final couple of deliveries from Liam Travaskis. And on the stroke of tea, Northamptonshire's number 8 makes his way back to the pavilion. Safe Zabe abandoned once again at the non-striker's end. And Northamptonshire are 7 down now. And Leicestershire on the stroke of tea pick up another one. What a way to finish the session.
Yep, and it has been dominated by Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Travaskis has been superb. Northamptonshire now really staring down the barrel on 182 for 7. Still 98 runs shy of surpassing the follow-on mark. So we'll take a break here on the Northamptonshire live stream, and we'll be with you in around about 20 minutes' time as Northamptonshire set to bat in the evening session.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good evening, folks, and welcome back to Wantage Road. The third session of the day about to get underway here between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. George Bartlett fell on the stroke of tee. One delivery left in Liam Travaskis is over here, and it's George Scrimshaw that's joined. Safe save in the middle. Defends that into the offside safely. So Leicestershire searching for 3 more wickets. They still lead by 247. That lead is significant. Northamptonshire are going to have to bat well if they're going to take the option of a follow-on out of the equation. I don't know what the appetite would be for Leicestershire to enforce it if it became an option. I don't know whether what the timing of it would be like. I suppose if it were to happen later on this session, actually with a night back in there, well, I would imagine the players head back home, I would have thought, for this game. It was about an hour up the road to Leicester. Sleep in your own bed, eat your own food, relax, and then go again tomorrow morning. If it happens quite early, I suppose you'll have that question and equation of, do you ask your seam bowlers to go again? What would you do if given the option? They've got to get the 3 wickets first. And that is powerfully struck at Sol Budinger at backward point as Ian Holland opens the bowling from the David Capel end this evening.
Personally, I think I'd follow on in this situation. It's the final game of the season, isn't it? You might as well be aggressive, go for it. That would be my personal think tank. What about yourself, Dan?
It's the aggressive way to go, isn't it? It's not really the new way to go. It's kind of gone out of the game in the modern way. I think timing of it will be important. Getting safe save out will be a challenge. He'll obviously have to start again, won't he? He's on 58, but he's had those 20 minutes away from the middle, so we'll just need to settle back in again. And Leicestershire would look at Scrimshaw, Whitehouse and Ramesh as a tail on the longer side in the modern era of the game. Scrimshaw, handy, competent, can get in behind a few defensively. Not necessarily a stroke maker at the bottom end. That evades the dive of Budinger. So Zabe opens his account this afternoon. Whitehouse and Ramesh, well, that'll be a bit of an unknown for a few, won't it, with regards to the Northamptonshire 10 and 11.
The thing about both of those two as tail-enders, Whitehouse is a little bit more aggressive. We saw that against Glamorgan. Nirvan will be your typical number 11, just relies on that front foot defence. He's someone who in second 11 cricket has played that role when Northamptonshire have lost a few quick wickets in succession. He's been forced to come out to bat. He just bats for time. He's not going to come out here and start playing the extravagant shots, your reverses, your paddle sweeps, stuff like that. He's just going to play within himself and to his own game.
Under the over, Ian Holland then. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 25 for the captain so far. Will Travaskis continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end? He will indeed. He takes the cap off. Wondered whether with the break in play they might have gone back to a Van Beek or a Hull or even a Chris Wright, who found a bit of a purple patch, didn't he, in that afternoon session. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 17 for Chris Wright. Barely would have conceded a run in that second spell. 183 for 7 after 54 overs. Be the left arm finger spin of Travaskis to start us in the afternoon from The Lynn Wilson Centre end, the end at which our commentary box is situated, and it's Safe Save on strike on 59. Goes with a reverse sweep. Picks the gap, finds the man down on the boundary and moves to 60. We said earlier, Safe Save 6 first-class hundreds in 2025. The most first-class hundreds scored by a Northamptonshire cricketer in a season is 8. 6 would put you at joint third on the list. There's five cricketers in there with 7. And a host with 6. Silly point in place. Sol Budinger back in the action again. Trying to fill the eye line of George Scrimshaw. So I spoke earlier today in that opening spell with the amount of maidens. It was 12 overs and 6 maidens, wasn't it, for Leicestershire? And I said Northamptonshire in those 107, 108 overs, they bowled 16 across the course of the Leicestershire innings. Halfway stage, 54 overs in that 108. Leicestershire bowled 13 maidens. And that, I think, probably tells you all you need to know with regards to the difference between these two sides, not only today, but across the course of the summer. Those 3 drop catches as well, plus the wicket off the no ball. Oh, that's nasty. Sol Budinger's okay. It's a powerful cut shot by Safe Save, and as it's travelled across the edge of the square, it's just spat out of those wicket ends and it's hit Budinger in the midriff. You probably heard the cry of anguish as it bounced up. I think it might have hit him actually a slightly more uncomfortable area than what he's letting on. Width on offer, Zabe can't connect. Rishi Patel's in there at first. So Eskenazi's at gully, Budinger at backward point. Be trying to feed that shot, aren't they, for Safe Save? That one beautifully played down through the offside. There's 2 fielders down there. And they will come back for a second. And they complete it. The throw was wayward. Down on the boundary, which allowed Safe Save to come back for a second. Left well alone. That time by Safe Save. Just rehearses the extravagant shot down the ground. Shuffles down the ground and hits it straight at the man, Josh Hull at mid-off. He'd rehearsed it the ball before, and he cannot believe that he's picked the man out. He's towed it, he's toe-ended it off the bowling of Ian Holland. He's dismissed for 62. And Northamptonshire, the hosts, 186 for 8 now. With Scrimshaw in the middle, Whitehouse, the next man, and then Nirvan Ramesh at number 11. Leicestershire's conversation about following on has just got a little bit closer than what it was when we mulled that thought over about 10 minutes ago. Ender of another attractive innings, though, from Safe Save.
Definitely was. It's been the standout, hasn't he, all season long for Northamptonshire. But that is a monumental wicket in this innings. We've now got 3 predominant bowlers. Scrimshaw can bat a bit. Whitehouse, well, he can play his shots. Showed that against Glamorgan. He's not afraid to take on the aggressive option from time to time. That follow-on target of 280 continues to just wane away, doesn't it, for Northamptonshire? And I imagine, should Leicestershire get these wickets in quick succession, they will follow on. It'll be the return of Chris Wright coming on to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's already surpassed that first milestone of 800 professional career wickets. Just one shy of 600 in the first-class format. Really is turning into the fairy tale ends to an illustrious and storied 22 season county career.
Yeah, back into the attack. Scrimshaw on strike, 2 slips in place. Starts pitch. That was a nice looking shot from George Scrimshaw there. Straight to the man at mid-off, but stylish. Good decision, do you think, to bring Chris Wright back with the 9, 10, 11 to go? Or do you think it's a bit of nostalgia for Ian Holland to go on, get your 600?
I think, to be honest, it's a good option. And Chris is a very intelligent bowler. I know exactly where to put it.
Into the hip, which will allow Scrimshaw off the mark with a single down to deep square. Two slips in place. Whitehouse, the new man, just tails back into the off stump. Rishi Patel cannot believe that's not trimmed the bails as it's gone past.
Still plenty of overs left in this session as well. We head towards the closing stages of day 2. That one full.
Big appeal and given. Chris Wright gets Whitehouse, gets 600 and is embraced by his teammates in celebration. What a moment for Chris Wright. The day is special. It keeps getting more important for Chris Wright. What an achievement. Northants 9 down. And the man of the moment steals the show again.
Well, he's just been absolutely bang on the money, as Chris Wright. His first ever wicket as a professional was that of Ronnie Irani at Fenners Cricket Ground in 2004. And wicket number 600 is that of Ben Whitehouse of Northamptonshire. Congratulations to Chris Wright. He is a special cricketer, a wonderful man, and lovely to see that to a man his teammates all embracing him. I think they know full well that was the next milestone on his list, and he has achieved that in fine fashion. Well bowled, Chris Wright. It's going to be a very, very strange sight not to see this man in a Leicestershire shirt next season. But he's bowing out of his professional journey in exactly the manner that he would have dreamt of. Already spoke about this season, getting Leicestershire back to the promised land of the top flight. Got promoted in club cricket with Kenilworth Wardens back to the Birmingham Prem. Can he bowl the Foxes to victory to round out the season in style? Van Ramesh should get a single. Indeed he will. There's a misfield in the end there by Ian Holland. Ramesh scampers through for the quickly ran one.
I wonder if the decision with regards to the follow-on is slightly different where it is the last game of the season. It's not like there's another game on the horizon starting in 4 days' time, for example, 5 days' time even. To the pads, an appeal from Eskenazi, just be a leg bye added. It would certainly be the way for Leicestershire to attempt to wrap this game up as quickly as possible, wouldn't it? Would be to enforce that follow-on, but bowling change works again. Chris Wright into the attack. Takes his 600th first-class wicket. And again is receiving the compliments of his teammates as he makes his way back to his fielding position next to Ian Holland. So 1 to go. 1-8, 9 for 9 the score. Scrimshaw and Ramesh in the middle. Ian Holland from the David Capel end.
Just looking at the score at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire inching ever closer to the Division 1 title.
Gone. Caught and bowled. Ian Holland. That is the innings done and dusted. 189 all out. Northamptonshire. They trail by 240. And the speed at which Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel have left the field tells you everything you need to know that Leicestershire will bat again here at Wantage Road this evening. 9 minutes past 4. That innings wrapped up within 58 overs. They've been absolutely superb, haven't they, Leicestershire? Save, the top scorer with 62. 35 for Arish Buchake, 28 for Rob Keogh. Lewis McManus made 25. 3 wickets for Ian Holland, the captain. 3 wickets for Chris Wright, including the 800th professional wicket, the 600th first-class wicket. He finishes with 11 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 19. We will see him again. Logan Van Beek, 1 for 53. Josh Hull, 1 for 35. And Liam Travaskis, 2 for 36. So Northamptonshire have got some work to do. But stick around with us, because that evening session, particularly with Sol Budinger walking out to the middle, will be very, very exciting. We'll see you in about 10 minutes whilst the heavy roller makes his way out to the middle.
A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we're almost ready to get underway in Northamptonshire's second bowling effort at Leicestershire. We thought that it would be Northants themselves having a bat, given the 240-run lead that Leicestershire possess. But instead, it's Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger who are out there in the middle for the Foxes. Two very dynamic and enterprising batting options, both of whom scored 44 in Leicestershire's first efforts with the willow in hand. Foxes ultimately scoring 429 from their first innings. And in response, Northamptonshire skittled out for 189. So the umpires are ready. Here is Justin Broad then. First ball of the second innings. Starts off by sending it down the leg side for no run. My name is Aaron Viles. Been one of your commentators throughout the final round of championship action here at the county ground for 2025. And alongside me, as ever, well, it is the one, the only, Mr. Dan Jadzovics. Dan, big evening session coming up here for Northants, just from a morale point of view.
Yeah, 25 overs long, isn't it, this evening session? That's what we've got left in the day, and I think there's an appeal for caught behinds. Umpire completely unmoved. It didn't feel like the most convincing of appeal from Northamptonshire, but I've seen wickets fall over the course of this game so far without much of a convincing appeal that's happened. Rishi Patel unmoved, umpire unmoved. But you're right, there's some, well, like we said through the course of day one, there's just pride on offer really for Northamptonshire, isn't there? There's not much else to play for. Personal pride, personal milestones. And you just really hope that that first delivery of the evening session from Justin Broad isn't the tone that's been set for the remainder of the day's play. Because that was wildly down the leg side, wasn't it?
Certainly was. We'll provide you with an update as well from the Division 1 title race at the end of this over. Two slips in play here for Justin Broad. That one far too wide again. Patel not offering a shot. One fenced away by the Foxes opener. Just watching the warm-ups as well in the innings break. We saw Nirvan Ramesh going through plenty of delivery, so we imagine will play a big role in these remaining overs. It was impressive in that first innings. Broad bowls that one a lot fuller. That will be a dot ball to finish the over. So Leicestershire, 0 runs on the board, 0 wickets having fallen. So we'll give you that update from Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire have secured their first batting bonus point, but they're 6 wickets down. So there could be some drama in that game. Carverena going nicely on 35.
Just remind us all what the equation is there. How many points do they need in order to wrap this up at the first kind of opportunity?
So if Nottinghamshire get to 300,
yeah,
within the final 34 overs of this 110 over allotment, they are the champions.
Got you.
So they are 50 runs away. Providing they get to 300, that is that. The ramification, of course, that's if Nottinghamshire lose, that they would be safe in that capacity. Ben Whitehouse bowls here to
Nottinghamshire or Surrey lose.
Nottinghamshire. If Nottinghamshire were to lose that game, but they've got those points, so 5 in total.
Okay.
From batting and bowling, they've won. They've won the league.
So 50 runs with 4 wickets to win the league.
And they've won it regardless.
Yeah.
If Warwickshire piled on 500, not to get bowled out for 60, not to win. As for their potential title challengers, well, Surrey are in a massive spot of bother on the south coast. They're 120 for 5, but when you take into consideration that 101 run deficit that they had from Hampshire's 248, well, they're practically 19 for 5, and they have to win. If Surrey lose or draw, that is that. Not to win. So it is looking increasingly likely that the championship trophy will be staying in Trent Bridge. So that one is pulled away by Sol Budinger down towards James Sales at deep backward square leg for 1 run. Would also bring to an end Surrey's 3 seasons of red ball dominance. Of course, that has ramifications at the other end of the table as well. Should Hampshire go on to win that, they stay in the top flight. Simple as that. If they lose, well, they've got a very nervy wait for the game taking place at Headingley between Durham and Yorkshire, where Yorkshire currently are 209 for 4. And Mayank Agarwal is on 126 not out. So that is some overseas recruitment from the White Rose. And a very nice partnership alongside Adam Lyth by the looks of it as well. Those two putting on 127 for the second wicket. So that one, a Yorker-length delivery. Very well played that by Rishi Patel. Out towards deep forward mid-wicket. And that will be a further 2 runs to add to the tally. Leicestershire now 3 without loss. But it's ever so tense. Really is towards that bottom of Division 1. Durham currently 7 points behind Yorkshire. So that one was wide and inviting for Patel to just flash the hands at, and he does so quite superbly. Zips away for 4 runs down towards deep point, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire 7 without loss after 2. The lead now stands at a rather imposing 247 runs.
Yeah, that will build quickly, won't it? Not just with these two, but through that lineup as well. Not only are Leicestershire a stylish batting lineup, but they're playing with no pressure. They haven't got, well, they obviously have got the personal pride, but it's not the jeopardy of the personal pride. They're thinking about trophies and champagne and various other cold refreshments that are available in order to celebrate a long season and a successful season as well. I mean, what do you think? I wasn't surprised that they elected to bat again. It's the modern way, isn't it? They could have invited Northamptonshire to follow on. That could have been it. That would have been fine. Their lead by what, 247? Do they try and double that, get to 500? Do they need 500? They pull out at 450. I mean, the question is, the game's happened so quickly. There's a lot of time left as there's a cry of catch, but nothing on that whatsoever from Sol Budinger. Well, you made an interesting point. Do they want the game to carry on through to Saturday? Is there a horde of foxes making their way down the M1 to Wantage Road to celebrate with the team on Saturday?
That one fended away by Budinger. Well, to be fair, there's already a few Foxes fans dotted about, aren't there, here at Wantage Road? But just looking on social media, appears as though quite a few will be here tomorrow and Saturday, providing that we do go to the fourth and final day. Not just that, I suppose some of the batters, just from a personal milestone perspective, would like to finish the season with a few more runs. Budinger has absolutely crunched that away. You can hear the thumping sound as the ball hurtles into the advertising hoardings for 4. It's just been a little bit loose here with the new ball from Broad and Whitehouse in these past 7 to 8 deliveries. That was an emphatic shot from Budinger. As he fishes at that one. That one closer to the body. Tries to carve it away. Just looking at the field here that Broad has set. It's a 5-4 on the offside for the left-hander. 2 slips in the cordon, backward point. Fielder in at cover, as well as Rob Keogh at a wideish mid-off. And as for the onside, Ramesh at mid-on. Scrimshaw at mid-wicket. Budinger advances, plays that out towards deep backward square. Which is where Arish Bachake is operating. And finally, there was a deep fine leg. That brings about the end of the over. So Leicestershire 12 without loss. And already it just sounds imposing. 12 for nothing doesn't sound amazing. When you add those extra 240 runs, it's essentially like having a 250 run opening stand. So Fox is definitely in the driver's seat. That one shorts and tonked by Sol Budinger. Umpire just waits to make the signal. Did fall short of the boundary rope, so it will be 4 runs out towards the Comsave stand. Yet again, that made a real crack off the bat for Sol Budinger, who unsurprisingly, Dan, is taking the positive option here. It's what we've grown to expect with Sol over the duration of his career to date. The ball squirms away towards Scrimshaw at backward point for no run. I mean, if he didn't have the licence in the first innings, he's certainly got it now, hasn't he?
Absolutely stylish, wasn't it, in the first innings? Did he get 44 off 30 odd balls? Wasn't many, was it, at all? .44 off 31. Enterprising, aggressive, powerful. Take your pick, really. All of them are accurate in describing Sol Budinger and the way that he goes about playing his brand of cricket. And it's been successful for him as well, and for Leicestershire. He's been backed, which is the most important thing, isn't it, to go and play this way.
Well, I think that is the main point, isn't it? Because it's all well and good having a player like that in the ranks. And when it pays off, it is something to behold. He's an electric cricketer. But when it doesn't pay off, it does result in some low scores, some slightly frustrating dismissals. But he's played that one very deftly indeed, just runs it off the bat face. It will be cut off by Arish Bachake to limit it to 2 runs. A fellow left-hander who I would have put in that category would be Ed Pollock, who is leaving Worcestershire at the end of this season. Someone else in county cricket, admittedly not an opener, but more of an all-rounder, dynamic finisher, was Colin de Grandon. You know what these players are like, and as long as you've got the rest of the lineup to balance that, and it all fits together, well, you just grow to fit your side around it. As we see the end of the 4th over, Leicestershire 18 without loss. All of those coming off the bat so far, 12 for Budinger and 6 for Rishi Patel. Broad pops that into the channel outside of the off stump. Just looking at that score at Trent Bridge. Notts now 36 runs away with those 4 wickets remaining. How they would love to wrap up the title with 2 days of the season still to spare.
What does your winter look like, Aaron, as well? Are you overseas proing down in Melbourne or
I don't think so.
anything like that?
Unless they need an overseas pro commentator. Don't think there'll be.
I think there's a little tournament going on, isn't there, through the winter in Australia?
Yeah, good point. For any Australian TV or radio executives,
Channel 9.
exactly, the plans are free. You need an Ashes commentator or Sheffield Shield. No, over the winter, unfortunately, we go back to the day job, as well as other sports. Do a lot of football and ice hockey, basketball as well. The ice hockey not too far away, actually, from Northampton. That's down in Milton Keynes for the mighty MK Lightning.
The mighty MK Lightning.
Well, they are mighty. I'll tell you why after this delivery. Nicely defended that by Patel. Yeah, they won the NIHL National Playoffs last season, beating Leeds and Peterborough at Coventry weekend. So it is the mighty MK Lightning. Fingers crossed it'll be a good season for James Griffin, Tim Wallace and co. Yeah, that's my win set. Broad again, hangs that outside the off stump. What about yourself, Dan?
I haven't actually thought that far ahead, do you know? I'd love to. Australia, what a bucket list that would be. To go and enjoy the Ashes Boxing Day test in Melbourne. I mean, the series could be cooked by then, couldn't it? But that would be absolutely brilliant. I don't think it will be. I think this England setup are going to ruffle a few feathers down in Australia. Certainly stand more of a chance than what we have done in the last few trips down there. So be excited to watch that, probably from afar, but excited to watch it. Just change the body clock for a few weeks. Late nights or early mornings, whichever way you want to look at it.
I still remember the last Ashes down under. I was doing correspondency for one of the local BBC stations in the West Midlands, and it really was staying up all night just watching the cricket.
So you did completely change your schedule, did you?
Completely.
it's incredibly difficult to do that, isn't it, for the odd 5 days here and there? Because what do you do when the cricket's not on? Do you revert back to local time, or do you stick at it? And then if they're not back-to-back test matches, essentially end up with 10 days in the middle. Are you just night owling through those 10 days to stay on the Australian time, or a bit of a nightmare, I would imagine?
Oh, it was. Budinger plays that back to Whitehouse for no run. Yeah, it's difficult. Also difficult in the fact that England had such a poor series the last time out down under. Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, the first test was always the more difficult one, just to adjust the body. After that, you just get used to it. But it's not something I'd recommend. Let's put it that way. That one is full and dispatched away through the covers. That should be 4 runs off the bat of Sol Budinger. And indeed it is. There was a chase on for the fielder there. There's only ever one end result to that, though. Well executed by the Foxes opener.
Yeah, I would imagine the jet lag for Australia is much more enjoyable when you're actually in Australia.
Yes. Yeah, I imagine that's the case as well. Well, that one, a full toss and whisked down the ground for 4 runs. Budinger really eating into the bowling here of Ben Whitehouse, putting the young seamer under a little bit of pressure. He really is motoring along fine at the minute, as we've grown to expect. We already touched upon the fact that he scored a brisk 44 from 31 in the first innings of the game, already moving into the 20s after that shot. That would be amazing, wouldn't it, to go to Australia, New Zealand as well. Definitely 2 locations on my bucket list, along with a few associate nations as well.
Wallace and Fortuna.
Well, they're not ICC regulated yet. Well, that one's short and hacked away. Balloons up in the air down towards deep third. And Bacharke will throw that back into McManus for just the single. So Leicestershire now 27 without loss. I think for me, a big one would be going to Namibia. Got a brand new ground as well, which is quite amazing.
Yeah, they're one of the hosts of the Under-19 World Cup, aren't they, over the winter? Namibia, Zimbabwe, and I would guess South Africa.
Yep. Zimbabwe's another beautiful, beautiful cricketing country. I think we mentioned this on one of the earlier streams this season. I went to the test match at Trent Bridge. Those Zimbabwe fans were absolutely unreal. That one has been pulled away and pulled away powerfully by Budinger. Didn't quite get the timing he desired. It will be another 2 runs to add to the tally. Funny enough, Safe Zabe has played first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. He has played for the Southern Rocks in a Logan Cup game against the Mashonaland Eagles. That was in October 2024. But Safe went out there, along with quite a few English players. Broad takes the pace off that one. Whipped away this time through mid-wicket. Will be at least 2, should be 3. And indeed it is. Fielder out there is Nirvan Ramesh doing the mopping up. I know Dom Best went out there for a little bit. Alex Russell, who played for Northamptonshire. Matt Parkinson was another one. I think Kieran Carlson went out there as well during that Logan Cup campaign. And then this year, prior to the season starting, Durham competed in the Zimbabwe T20 Cup. So no, that's definitely a part of the world. And of course, South Africa. I think Newlands is on every cricket fan's bucket list. Well, if you're a Table Mountain in the background. Quite a few English names playing in South Africa in the franchise circuit as well during the SA20. Along with Jersey's Asa tribe, will be representing the Pal Royals.
Yeah, it's a nice tournament, that SA20, isn't it? Nice time of the day to enjoy if you're based in the UK. A lot of English influence there as well. With the opposite time of year on the calendar. Like watching a junior Vitality Blast, isn't it?
There are some serious talents as well, aren't there, in South Africa? Seen Devolt Brevis, Luandre Pretorius in the Blast this year for Hampshire.
Matthew Boretsky.
Of course.
Dominated for the Steelbacks. That's it though, isn't it? Come and cut your teeth in England's premier white ball competition here in the Vitality Blast and take your game back to the SA20.
100%. It's always been a favourite of South African cricketers as the county circuit, whether that is the Blast or the Metrobank One Day Cup. Of course, the championship really holds a big place in South Africa's cricketing ecosystem. Spoken to a number of their players over the past 4 or 5 years, one of which was Carver Rayner, who, as we speak, is on 45 and has got Nottinghamshire within 18 runs of the Division 1 title.
Still 6 down?
Still 6 down.
Ah, there we go. Who's there with him?
Liam Patterson-White.
Okay.
A man who came on loan to Northamptonshire.
He did. He's had a very good year with bat in hand as well, isn't he, Patterson-White? As well as ball.
Just been capped as well, alongside Dylan Pennington and Lyndon James. Jack Haynes as well. He's been capped. So Nottinghamshire recognising a bunch of their players from this season with that honour. It does look increasingly likely that we will have a new champion in the Rothesay County Championship. So Whitehouse just making a slight alteration to his field. Van der Merwe goes out to Gully. But he won't be in play on that delivery. Varane just hit a 4, so Nottinghamshire now 14 away. Also had a message in the YouTube live stream from Stuart, watching the Foxes in sunny Dublin. Great year for the club. Certainly has been. It's been unforgettable for Leicestershire fans. It's the culmination as well of this exciting project. I think the first step of that was the Metrobank One Day Cup, beating Hampshire in that breathtaking final at Trent Bridge. And then, of course, this year, and this has been a very special side, one which will live long in the memory of those associated with Grace Road. But lovely to have everyone's company here on this sunny September Thursday.
Already Northampton's down to just one slip, one catcher in place. The ball is 8 overs old in the hands of Ben Whitehouse and Justin Broad in the slip cordon, as is the defensive nature of the field that had to be set by Lewis McManus. Looks like we're going to get a change of bowling as well, Aaron. Broad to be replaced by George Scrimshaw, I believe, from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yep.
So 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10 for Broad. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 23 for Ben Whitehouse. Can George Scrimshaw back up Justin Broad?
It already feels as though Northampton need at least 2-3 wickets, doesn't it, by Stumps today, to just drag back some kind of way back in. So that's a drop and run on the onside for 1. Someone else who I'd be amiss not to mention as well, of course, has been the chief exec of Leicestershire, Sean Jarvis. Spoke about that project. Wasn't necessarily a total rebuild, was it? The fact is, some of these players have been at the club for a number of seasons, with the likes of Lewis Hill, Chris Wright immediately springing to mind, but an awful lot of work has gone in behind the scenes of bringing Leicestershire back to the community. Felt as though there was a little bit of a disconnect and a divide throughout the 2010s. I mean, I remember going to Grace Road in 2018, watching a fixture between Leicestershire and Warwickshire, and hardly anyone was there. You can't say the same now, and that goes across formats. People have refound that connection with the club. And that's exactly how a club should be run. Supporters, members, they are the lifeblood of any sporting organisation. It's important that they feel part of the club, feel as though their voices are heard, and if a club can do that, well, you see the benefits. You really do see the benefits of that when you have large contingents of travelling fans to away games. See major finals, for example, 2023, I was there at Trent Bridge when Leicestershire beat Hampshire in that final. The stands were full of Leicestershire fans. So it's good to see cricket in the county being so positive, the club in a much better place compared to, let's say, 7-8 years ago. And I know a lot of people, regardless of their affiliations in county cricket, they're absolutely delighted for both Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan, they too have had success in the One Day Cup. Think back to 2021, that was their first white ball trophy in 16 years. And now back in Division 1 for 2026. Scrimshaw continues to keep it nice and tight. And the hope for Northamptonshire next year will be that those good days, for example, those blast wins in 2013 and 2016, keep our fingers crossed that days like that can return to this club. That one strays down the leg side from Scrimshaw. Will be a single down towards deep backward square. That will also be the end of the over. So the champions to be, Leicestershire, 36 without loss after 9 overs. And it will be Justin Broad from the David Capel end.
Yeah, just a quick change of ends for Broad. 4 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Maybe another 4, maybe 3 from the David Capel end before we look to one of the spinners. Still got 16 overs left in the day's plate. Where are we on the clock? 4 minutes to 5 at the moment. So say another 45 or so minutes to get us through to Stumps. No issue with the light today at all. There is not a cloud in the sky as they're here in Northampton. The lights came on in the dying embers of the day yesterday, but today is set fair.
First one there is a dot ball from Justin Broad. And we have just had the update from Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. After 15 years of waiting, are the champions of the Rothesay County Championship. So Pete Moores, well, he's now become a head coach of 3 separate county championship winning sides at different counties. So fair play to Pete Moores. On down the leg side, excellent take by an outstretched McManus. So congratulations to Nottinghamshire. Commiserations as well to Surrey. They have been a juggernaut, a titan, a powerhouse, whatever you want to describe them as in red ball cricket. It will not be for back-to-back years for the Brown Caps. They have made it very interesting. We were treated to an amazing game last week between 2 exceptional first-class sides. Always nice to have different victors, though. And it has been the year of those trophy droughts coming to an end. Worcestershire, as we touched upon yesterday, first list day trophy in 31 years. Hadn't lifted one in that format since 1994. And as for Notts, well, that's their 3rd championship title of the 21st century. Oh, that's slightly sloppy in the end. As far as Northamptonshire are concerned, Sales having the shy at the stumps. Ricochet allows for this single to be taken.
You've got to feel that just sums up the mindset, really, of the Northamptonshire 11 at the minute. Rishi Patel's bat was pretty much in the crease, wasn't it, at the point that the ball was thrown, but sign of frustration for James Sales. And that's not going to cheer anybody up, is it? Short and wide from Justin Broad. It's cut away by Sol Budinger for 4 through the offside. He moves to 34, the score up to 42. Northants really struggling to find an answer, as they have done through the course of the game so far. 429 conceded in the first innings off 108 overs, all out for 189. And then 42 runs on the board for Leicestershire inside the opening 10 overs of the innings. And that, again, I don't know whether you spotted that, Aaron, or not, but Ball was played past George Scrimshaw at point. George Scrimshaw thought he had Nirvan Ramesh behind him down on the boundary. Was slow to react. Ended up giving away an extra run there. Needed a reminder from his teammates that he had to get after that. Bowled well in that second spell, didn't he? George Scrimshaw finished that first innings with 3 for 104, but a second burst of 3 overs, picked up 2 wickets, but was expensive with the new ball. And then finished off going at about 5.5 and over. We've had 10 overs now. It is Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and there's 2 slips in place. It's the aggressive Budinger on strike. And that is just guided nicely down to the man on the boundary edge at deep third. He'll get to bowl at Rishi Patel, the man who he got out in the first innings. He got Ian Holland and Rishi Patel in that second spell that I was just speaking about. He also picked up the wicket of Josh Hull, caught behind by Lewis McManus. But the 2 standouts, of course, were Holland and Patel. It certainly won't be too long, Aaron, I don't think, until we see spin added to the attack. Think it'll be Nirvan Ramesh to bowl first? Or would you look to Rob Keogh or Saif Zaid?
Personally, I'd probably go with Nirvan Ramesh. But either way, I mean, I think Rob Keogh would be another good shout. There's plenty of revs and rotations on the cricket ball.
Got the 3 Northamptonshire coaches making their way round the ground. Surveying what they see. Darren Lehman, Glenn Chappell, and Greg Smith. The Leicestershire balcony there look like they're wrapped up for a snow day, don't they? Sat on the bench outside the window. Puffer coats, gillets, woolly hats. Is it a cricket match or a ski trip going on?
I imagine it is quite cold up there, though, isn't it?
It does look cold. It's covered from the sun now, isn't it, as well, that side of the grounds? But they're out there. They're out in force, supporting their teammates. Still the 2 slips for George Scrimshaw. Encouragement as well from behind the stumps. Trying to fire up George Scrimshaw. Can he settle into that spell? He was unplayable for 18 or so deliveries. But at the minute, just doesn't have that same venom at the crease. End of the over, 11 now have been bowled. Score is 46 for no loss. So Nottinghamshire, congratulations to the county for winning and securing the county championship. What else is going on around the grounds?
Perfect timing. I was just about to update you from Chelmsford, because even though that has no implications now, of course, on the title race, Essex themselves do need a few points to become mathematically safe. And Paul Walter has scored 152 from 157. Scored 24s and 3 6s.
Wow.
Fair play. Dean Elgar also scoring a century.
Pulled away, and, well, nothing short of what can be described as evasive action from Rob Keogh at mid-on. Brings up the 50 for Leicestershire as well. Sol Budinger flailing away. He's on 42. Score is on 50. Budinger's got 42 of them. Muscled, really, through mid-on. Let's cut away through the offside. It will just be a single. Field is spread now. There's protection either side of the wicket on the boundary for Justin Broad.
Looking at the game at New Road, Worcestershire 203 for 4. Still trail Sussex by 24 runs in that second innings. As for the game between Durham and Yorkshire, Yorkshire 242 for 4 in response to Durham's 346. Durham there now really staring down the barrel if they cannot win that game. Mike Agarwal on 145 not outs. That is the vantage, or the advantage, I should say, for Yorkshire. They know that a draw will keep them up. Just given the difference in points. Surrey 173 for 5 against Hampshire. The lead by 72.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. All eyes on the umpire, unmoved. Rishi Patel trying to work it through mid-wicket. Felt like I heard a couple of noises through the effects mic. Umpire unfazed. It's Van der Merwe at first slip that still has, or had, his hands on his head in disbelief. Not out the call. First time really in this innings that Northamptonshire have been able to ask a serious question of the umpire. He's, of course, off the bowling of Justin Broad. He's been the standout seamer for Northamptonshire by a distance across these 2 days. Highlights not only the improvement that he's made over the short professional career that he's had so far, but also just the general quality that he possesses. He's one of those cricketers, another winter in him as a professional cricketer. Not sure what his plans are. Did speak to him and he mentioned about going back to South Africa. Still has lots of friends and family over in South Africa, but you think another winter as a professional, training, eating like a professional. I'm excited to see what Justin Broad brings back to Northamptonshire in 2026. You look like you're puzzled. You look like you've got something to say.
I have a feeling he did that before this season.
Yeah.
Was it for Ronderbosch?
I'm not 100% sure, but
I'll get on that now. Convinced he went and played for either Ronderbosch or Stellenbosch.
pulled away by Sol Budinger. They're going to look for 2. Never really going to be on. Straight at the man down on that boundary rope. Looks like Rob Keogh's getting loose. Be about to get a double bowling change of Keogh and Ramesh bowling in tandem. I think Keogh certainly the more attacking, the more certainly in the first innings, the more likely looking to go and take a wicket. as well as Nirvan Ramesh bowled. Short ball, late decision by Rishi Patel to get underneath it, but he does successfully. A good take by McManus as well.
So I was half right there. So he played in Rondebosch, but it's for Western Province Cricket Club. So he was there over the winter because there were a bunch of English county players who went. So Gareth Roderick, he went to Greenpoint. Chris Dent went to Brackenfell. Robin Das played for Cape Town. Simon Fernandez, who plays for Essex, and Kai Smith, who plays for Warwickshire. Those two were at Rondebosch Cricket Club. So that'd be good to see Justin back there.
Yeah, Rob Keogh getting loose, getting ready to bowl. Got success, didn't he, from the David Capel end in the first innings, that one wicket in particular. It's an absolute beautiful bit of off-spin bowling. Through the gate, clattering into the stumps. To remove Ben Cox for 20. Targeting leg stump, 2 straight. Rishi Patel just leans on it into the offside, down to Safe Zabe, who's patrolling that boundary this afternoon, or this evening now. 10 past 5, 11 minutes past 5. Amazing, isn't it, how quickly that sun just drops and loses its power. It doesn't feel like a moment ago that I said it was beautiful outside. It's still blue skies above us, but shadow is now becoming incredibly long across the outfield. Short ball over the shoulder. Sol Budinger. It's in position early and just watches it sail down the leg side. 53 for no loss. Coming towards the end of the 13th over here at Wantage Road, powered by Daffabet, the stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Scrimshaw this spell has been a lot more economical than what he was able to manage in the first innings. He's bowled 2.5 overs, nearly 3, just conceding the 6 runs so far. On into the hip and finishes with a dot ball. So 3 overs, no maidens, none for 6 for George Scrimshaw in this spell. I think Justin Broad's work is done. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24. Will be replaced by Rob Keogh at the David Capel end. Lewis McManus has the helmet in hand. The jumper is off, the cap's off. So Rob is pretty much ready to go. Suspect we might see 1, maybe 2 more from Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson centre end before we start thinking about Nirvan Ramesh or Safe Zabe. I like to look and see what I can pick up from body language from cricketers. You don't get the impression Northamptonshire look thrilled to be out there, do you? Slow between the overs, double teapots, a few fielders staring at the ground. I think Nirvan Ramesh has been given the nod to start getting loose as well. Anyway, Rob Keogh from the David Capel end. Defended, dropped into the offside by Rishi Patel. Picks up a single, gets down the non-striker's end, moves to 10. Rob, of course. Congratulations to Rob Keogh and his family, adding a new addition, recently becoming a father. And signing that contract extension here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club as well in recent weeks. So it's been a good few weeks for Rob Keogh. Many congratulations to he and his partner. Sol Budinger has a new challenge. We'll look to shape up the off spin of Rob Keogh. I dare say it won't slow him down. He's 44 off 40. And there is that slog sweep down towards the supporters club. Wendell is ducking for cover down on the deck chair in front of the scoreboard. And it's travelled all the way for 6. I'd said it wouldn't slow him down. It didn't. He's gone 6 better than what he managed in the first innings. Sol Budinger goes to 50. 50 off 42 deliveries. 6 fours and a 6 for the Leicestershire opener. What a stylish way to get there.
And it was completely expected, wasn't it? With regards to his setup, his approach was always going to be dynamic and attacking, taking those hard-hitting options, especially to the spinners. And in the end, this has been a quite scintillating effort from Sol Budinger. Brings about the change in field as well. Deep mid-wicket is in place. Nirvan Ramesh comes in. Mid-wicket as well. I think that's James Sales out there at deep square.
And he's got him. 50 and out for Budinger. Keogh gets the wicket. Round of applause. Northamptonshire have got their first in this second innings. 60 for 1 after 13.5 overs. Partnership was worth 60 off 82. Rishi Patel will be the not-out batter. 10 off 39 deliveries.
It's a rather lopsided opening partnership, that, isn't it, when you think of the run scoring? Around about 83% have been scored by Sol Budinger, as he's applauded off the field by the travelling Foxes fans, as well as his teammates on the balcony. Carded in at number 3 should be the Leicestershire captain, Ian Holland. Really struggled, didn't he, in that first knock?
Yeah, he had a tough time of it, didn't he? Did he make 4 off about 30 or 40 deliveries? 4 off 36. 4 being caught by Lewis McManus off the bowling of George Scrimshaw. 11.1 overs to go in the day. You'll have 1 delivery left from this opening Rob Keogh over to navigate.
It was an inspired change of bowling in the end, wasn't it, to bring Rob Keogh back on? Yes, he had a little bit of treatment with that enormous 6, but gets a wicket with the very next delivery. Although when you look at the wider picture here, with that 240-run lead from the first innings, Leicestershire practically 300 for 1. But that'll just help stem the flow of runs. Budinger, as we know, very much a powerhouse, someone who can single-handedly take down a bowler or 2.
Yeah, I don't think Leicestershire will do anything other than play their natural game. They don't need to rush. There's so much time left in the day. Just a slight delay here as Arish Bucharke was just getting the protective gear on, as Northamptonshire are going to employ a short leg for Ian Holland. But they certainly don't need to force the equation. I'm sure they would love to win to round out, and it's gone. Keogh's got 2 in 2. What a fantastic catch that is from Justin Broad. It was a wicket that happened in slow motion, really. It was hung out there. It was wide by Rob Keogh. And Ian Holland has tried to guide it past Justin Broad at first slip and ended up being a bit of catching practice. But what a phenomenal catch it was. One-handed, low to his right. And Rob Keogh's on a hat-trick. And Leicestershire are 2 down for 60.
It's a stunning catch, isn't it, from Justin Broad? One of those where if you over-anticipate it, ends up stinging the hand and it bobbles back out. He's done a remarkable job there to take the catch, and this is how quickly the game of cricket goes at times. Leicestershire really motoring along very nicely. And then Rob Keogh goes bang, bang, back-to-back wickets of Budinger and Holland. So he will be on a hat-trick at the start of his next over. Coming into bat next should be the former Foxes captain, Lewis Hill.
Yeah, Scrimshaw will continue from the David Capel end. I did wonder whether Nirvan Ramesh would get a go through there. What would it be to be a fly on the wall between that conversation between Ramesh and Scrimshaw? Who's providing who advice? That would be the first question. 2 slips back in place. Rishi Patel, the man on strike. He's on 10. It is Lewis Hill that's joined him in the middle at number 4. 60 for 2. The game does change quickly, but let's not forget Leicestershire lead by 300 here against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Few supporters still dotted around the ground, aren't there? Not too many this afternoon. More out there on the eastern side, enjoying that late evening sunshine. Couple down there that commandeering the blast dugouts. And a deep backward point next to the coffee van. Few in the Jackson Grundy stand as well, still bathed in sunshine. Western side of the ground now, all in the shade as that sun just drops below those terraced houses that you can see, which almost every road you drive down in Northampton. Quick single taken. Havana Ramesh does the fielding, has a shy at the stumps. Sent Lewis McManus scrambling to cover that off to make sure there was no overthrows conceded. This will be Lewis Hill's first delivery of the innings. He just made 2 in the first. Caught brilliantly by Lewis McManus off the under edge from the bowling of Nirvan Ramesh. An attempted sweep shot. Have seemed to contend with this time around. Short leg in place. 2 slips as well. Fielder's giving a bit of an extra squeeze on the back foot. Tries to run it down to the man at deep third and can't find the gap. End of the over. 10 to go then in the day. 61 for 2. Leicestershire lead by 301. And Rob Keogh on a hat-trick. Makes his way to the David Capel end and hands over the jumper and the cap. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Budinger, clean bowled. Ian Holland, caught brilliantly by Justin Broad at first slip. Now he's got Rishi Patel in his sights. He's on 11 or 43. Rob Keogh on a hat-trick. Been awarded with an extra grabber. Van der Merwe in there at second slip. Charkey at short leg. Ramesh being moved round from the 45. And Scrimshaw in at a catching mid-wicket. Putting the pressure on Rishi Patel. Rishi Patel covers up the hat-trick ball. And immediately the field reverts back to what it was. Still a short leg in place. Full toss by Keogh. Played through the leg side in front of Nirvan Ramesh. And Rishi Patel picks up 4. 65 for 2. Lead of 305. The second boundary for Rishi Patel. So there's certainly turn on offer out there if you can bring that surface into play. It's an imposing batting lineup though, isn't it? 305 run lead with these 2 in the middle. Then Johnny Tattersall, Stevie Eskenazi, swept by Rishi Patel. Ramesh that time will do the fielding. Ben Cox, Liam Travaskis, Logan Van Beek. It's an intimidating lineup, particularly with that lead as well. 66 for 2. Nicely played. Lewis Hill gets off the mark. Over pitched really from Rob Keogh. Hill just leans on it through the offside to get his account open for the second Leicestershire innings. He moves to 2. It's the end of the over. Dot ball to finish. .68 for 2 after 16. Nine overs now remain in the day. It's going to be Scrimshaw to continue. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 7 for George Scrimshaw. Bowling economically hasn't really generated a chance yet, but a marked improvement from what we had earlier on in the game. Going at nearly 7s, wasn't he, in the morning of day 1? So to come back in this manner, impressive for George Scrimshaw. Guided down into that vacant gully region. Another one of the Northants players that's just put pen to paper to a contract extension, another year for George Scrimshaw. It's a big and important role to play in that T20 stillback setup. Not been able to get on the field as much in red ball cricket as I'm sure he would like. certainly provides a point of difference. In the lineup, particularly if things are falling into place and he's in good rhythm. Oh, that one off the hip, cry of catch. Wide of Buchake, it's short leg. Runs out to safe Zabe for a single. Score moves to 70. Lead now 310. I don't think it'll be long until we see Nirvan Ramesh, though. This will be Scrimshaw's 5th over. Left well alone by Rishi Patel. He's been watchful. Faced the best part of 50 deliveries now, the Leicestershire opener. Very much played second fiddle to Sol Budinger. That opening stance. Just the nature of it, though, I suppose. If you're going to open the batting with someone as aggressive as Sol Budinger, you've got to be prepared to spend time at the non-striker's end. Get Sol Budinger back on strike. Selfless. Deja vu cricket. Carbon copy of the ball before. Certainly there's a bit of two-pace nature about this surface, isn't there? For the most part, the ball just seems to hold in it and sit up. Don't seem to be troubling the batters with regards to pace. Oh, nicely timed, but straight at George Bartlett at cover. Top ball to finish the over. And it's all very quiet out there, isn't it, Aaron?
It is, yeah. Northamptonshire just going through the motions at the minute. I think the game situation very much dictating that. With Leicestershire practically 310 for 2. As Rob Keogh prepares to bowl here from the David Capel end. We'll have to have the discussion in a little bit more detail tomorrow, but what do you think just off of a gut feel with this pitch would be a good score for Leicestershire to set Northants?
It's a good question. And certainly one that we can discuss at a bit more length tomorrow. I mean, they're certainly not going to pull out this evening.
No.
310 in front now. Everything has slowed down significantly, hasn't it, since Sol Budinger departed? The loss of Ian Holland hasn't helped that. There's a bit of consolidation going on here, but I mean, do they go as many as 500 as a lead? Or is it going to be time? Is that going to be the contributing factor? The Leicestershire bat maybe all the way through to 15 minutes before tea on day 3. Give themselves 4 sessions plus 2 bursts with that new ball. If they needed it, they would get 2 new balls if they were to declare. Then if they were to get to that stage, of course, Northamptonshire, they could bowl them out before that, but it's a long, long way to go before we start thinking about that. 100 runs a session as well would put them up to that mark of about 500, wouldn't it? Appeal for OEW, but inside edge there from Hill. Looks like we are going to get spin from both ends. Nervan Ramesh down there at deep square leg, loosening up those shoulders. Exciting young prospect for Northamptonshire. Bowled well in the first innings. Picked up the wicket of Lewis Hill. That is the end of the over. 72 for 2 after 18. It's actually going to be Scrimshaw, isn't it, to continue? Takes the cap off. Or is it going to be Scrimshaw? No, it's not. He's taken the jumper back off the umpire. So potentially that hadn't been communicated to George Scrimshaw that that spell had ended off that final over. So he takes his jumper back from standing umpire Nervan Ramesh. Will take over at the Lynn Wilson centre end. 7 overs remain in the day's play. Rishi Patel on 17. Lewis Hill on 5. Short leg going in place. Justin Broad at first slip as well. Protection on offer. Sweepers both sides of the wicket for Ramesh. It just feels a bit clunky, doesn't it, by the hosts? It's extra time is being taken for fielders to get in the right position. Late changes as well. Never easy captaining the side from behind the stumps. I will add that. You don't get the best view of the outfield, do you, from where Lewis McManus's vantage point is. So he would need a second in command out there that he could lean on. Swept away. This time doesn't get it past George Scrimshaw. Single taken into the offside, just dropped out there safely. Certainly feels like Leicestershire are batting to come back tomorrow, aren't they? They've not really looked to impose themselves here since the departure of those 2 quick wickets.
No, definitely not. It's just been sensible batting, hasn't it, between Hill and Patel.
Patel on offer for Ramesh as it's defended off the back foot by Lewis Hill. I think he'll be a hard player to reverse sweep, but there's a big gap down towards deep third in the members' pavilion here at Wantage Road. He just leans on that one, lets the ball turn and come into the bat face and runs it down into that vacant region, and will come back for a third. Well run, Rishi Patel and Lewis Hill. Met by a solitary round of applause from somebody in the grounds. Nicely timed, but can't find the gap on the leg side. What's your thoughts then, Aaron, with regards to timings or numbers or declarations, or how you see the... Well, everything feels like Leicestershire will get to a point where they want to declare, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is the most likely scenario in this game. I think for me personally, 500 would probably be a decent mark. You don't want to be batting and batting and batting and batting throughout the entirety of day 3. I imagine they'll get at least one session in with the ball in hand tomorrow. But they've got work to do to get up to that point as well. Still need a further 184 to get up to that point. But we'll have to wait and see. An extra man comes under the lid here for Rob Keogh. But Charkey shifts away from short leg.
2 catches in there now. Well, 3 if you include Justin Broad. I think that's a nod to the intent, really, that Leicestershire have shown in the back end of this evening session. Wider, extra flight attempter from Keogh. I know obviously the 2 wickets in 2 balls hasn't helped, and Sol Budinger is an outlier, isn't he? So that's played off the back foot and evasive action taken at silly point, but they're so far in front of the game to the point that they wanted to bat again. Found it a little bit puzzling that they've gone at this rate since the departure of Budinger and Holland. Yes, they don't want to be 5 down, do they, at Stumps? But I don't know how likely that would be. It's been very, very watchful from both Rishi Patel and Lewis Hill. Patel now back on strike, so that extra catcher leaves the plate. Nicely timed by Rishi Patel, but straight at the man at mid-wicket. So it's a dot ball to end the over. The score is 77 for 2. 15 minutes to 6 here on Thursday evening in Northampton. There's 5 overs remaining in the day's play. That's going to be Nirvan Ramesh to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Lead by 317. What have you made of it, Aaron? What about the decision to bat again? What's your thoughts?
Well, I think it's just a case of Leicestershire setting up the foundation for tomorrow, isn't it? I think a lot of people, myself included, thought there would have been the follow-on, given the nature with which Leicestershire completely tore through the Northamptonshire batting unit, dismissed the home side for 189 runs. But as soon as you saw Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger sprint into the dressing room, it didn't have the feel of a side who are going to come out here and smash a quick fire 150, 160 runs in the remaining stages here on day 2. Almost felt as though there would be that initial burst of aggression from Sol Budinger. And those back-to-back wickets just halting the momentum slightly for the Foxes. But since then, it's what you'd refer to as a more traditional approach, isn't it? Just a lot of singles, a few twos running, now and again. It's nothing too unorthodox, is it, from Leicestershire? To be honest, there doesn't really need to be, especially not at this point, this stage of the day's play. Less than 5 overs to go. These two will be wanting to be there as we start day 3. In less than 24 hours' time.
Big appeal for LBW's attempted slog sweep. Ramesh on his knees. Umpire, quick shake of the head. We move on to the next over. Rishi Patel trying to dispatch Ramesh out of Northampton. So, well, based on everything that we've just spoken about and said, that's quite a puzzling shot, really.
Yeah, it is.
Building the platform for tomorrow. Rishi Patel 18 off 59, just 2 boundaries. Everything had slowed down. That makes sense. Come back tomorrow and then the big slog sweep. Keogh 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Continues from the David Capel end. Just slides on the arm of Rob Keogh. Left well alone by Rishi Patel. The extra flight there, defended into the leg side. Must be a few scores coming in at Stumps, mustn't there? Essex trail by 138 against Somerset. They're 295 for 2 at Stumps. Nottinghamshire we've spoken about at length today, but they're 367 for 7. They lead Warwickshire by 109. Surrey lead Hampshire. Not that it means anything to Surrey now, by 117. They're 219 for 6. Worcestershire leads Sussex by 18. They're 245 for 5. Yorkshire trail by 50. 296 for 5. At Headingley, that game feels like it's heading towards a draw. High scoring draw. Glamorgan 37 for 2. Against Lancashire, they still trail by 72 runs. Crucially for Glamorgan, they've lost the run machine of Asa Tribe. Rain or bad light, in fact, down at Canterbury. Kent trail by 591. They're 107 for no loss. Compton on 44, Dawkins on 49. And the final game at Lords, Gloucestershire trail by 499 runs. They're 135 for 3 in response. As we get towards Stumps around the counties here on day 2 in the final round of the 2025 County Championship. And absolutely nobody here in Northampton seems to be in a hurry, do they? 3 overs remaining in the day's play. And it is going to be Nirvana Ramesh. 2 overs, none for 5. Big appeal for LBW at the end of the previous over. Silly point short leg, first slip in place. That one cut into the offside. behind point, runs away for 2. Lewis Hill into double figures. It's on 13 now. Nicely bowled by Nirvan Ramesh. Starting to get that ball to really grip into the surface. Turning back into Lewis Hill. Again, time passed. Arish Buchaki at short leg for a single. .82 for 2. Leicestershire lead now by 322 runs. It's been another day dominated by Leicestershire. Wrapping up that first innings on 429 this morning. Eskenazi out eventually for 155. It was wrapped up quite quickly by Northamptonshire, to be fair. Justin Broad doing the damage. And then Northamptonshire's turn to bat. High score of 62. Wickets falling consistently throughout the innings. 3 for Ian Holland, 3 for Chris Wright, 1 for Logan Van Beek, 1 for Josh Hull, 2 for Liam Travaskis. All out for 189. Giving a huge, huge advantage going into the third innings of this game. Leicestershire then electing to bat again. Currently find themselves 82 for 2. Sol Budinger, the standout, the highlight of the innings, 50 exactly, and out. Bowled by Rob Keogh, having faced just 44 deliveries. They lead by 322 runs. Northamptonshire continue to surround the bat. And Lewis Hill continues to be resolute in defence, though he's nearly caught up with Rishi Patel. 14 off 26 compared to Rishi Patel's 18 off 67. Inside edge beats everybody. I think they'll just casually jog through for a single. Takes the score to 83.
Tell you what, tomorrow it's going to be very interesting in the relegation dogfight in Division 1. Surrey extending their lead now over Hampshire, even though they can't wrestle the title back from Nottinghamshire. Mathematically impossible now. Hampshire still in danger of being relegated to Division 2.
Who's favourite, in your opinion, to join Worcestershire?
It's a difficult one, isn't it?
It's the 3 sides, right? Durham, Yorkshire and Hampshire.
Yep. It is now, because looking at Essex's start, they've already got some decent batting bonus points. Or at least they should get some. 295 for 2 as they run off this field. Very sharp single taken. It is very difficult to call that. I think it all depends. It depends on how many Surrey get. I think if Surrey get a decent total, they've only got 4 wickets remaining to build on that 123 run lead at the Utilita Bowl. I think if they get something really sizable, Hampshire could be in a lot of trouble. Keogh gives that plenty of flight. Alternatively, though, if Hampshire do win that game, because I don't think it'll be a draw, just looking at the nature of those scores, considering it's only day 2, already into the 3rd innings of that game. I think it's looking very dicey for Durham. I really do. Yorkshire now trail by just 46 runs. They've got that additional batting bonus point by ticking over to 300. That is all thanks to Mayank Agarwal, who's finally departed for a breathtaking 175 from 195. When a team is staring down the barrel of relegation, well, that is gold dust. Certainly shown his worth to the White Rose in this final round of championship matches. So here is Nirvan Ramesh then for the final over on day 2. Sales throws that ball towards the striker's end. Single taken. Even more impressive when you think that Agarwal himself was a replacement player for Imam Al-Haq. He was initially brought in for the One Day Cup and the final rounds of the championship. So well batted to Mayank. Of course, congratulations to Nottinghamshire as well for lifting the Division 1 title. Change of angle here for Nirvan Ramesh, coming around the wicket to Lewis Hill. That fielder in the eye line now goes to leg slip. More of a leg gully, really, isn't it? Almost immediately brought into play. Stuart van der Merwe. Charkey under the lid at short leg. Justin Broad in at first slip as well. So that one is played away in front of square. Will be another single. So Leicestershire well and truly in the ascendancy in this game.
Yeah, the two spinners have bowled well, haven't they, in tandem this evening? There'll be 10 overs for around about 30 runs, with 2 wickets as well for Keogh and Ramesh between them. They have been able to apply a bit of pressure, slow Leicestershire down. Suspect it'll be a bit more spin tomorrow, wouldn't you, from Northamptonshire? And that is that, I believe. The final delivery of the day here on day 2 at Wantage Road. It's defended into the offside by Rishi Patel, who walks off having faced 73 deliveries this evening for 20 runs. And Lewis Hill with him on 16 off 32. And at Stumps, Leicestershire are 86 for 2 with a lead of 326 runs with 8 wickets remaining. You and I, Aaron, we will see you back here at around 10:30 tomorrow morning for day 3. All eyes will be on whether Leicestershire can get to a declaration point. Can Northamptonshire force their hand? Could they bowl them out before they get to that stage? But regardless of what happens, it will be an almighty effort for Northamptonshire to attempt to chase down whatever it is Leicestershire get in their second innings. So as I say, that's Stumps. We will see you tomorrow.